Thank you, everyone. Good morning. So we are audio recording today's hearing, and I can see that that has commenced. So I'll just check with the tech people that everything's working as it should be. Great. Thank you very much. The audio recordings will be available on the Engage Victoria website within the week of each day of the hearing as well. So keep an eye on that if you're wanting to go back and check and listen to anything that's occurred during the hearing. So welcome to the Inquiry and Advisory Committee hearing for Kentbruck Green Power Hub Project Environment Effects Statement. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm Chair of the appointed Inquiry and Advisory Committee that I will refer to as the IAC. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting today. This week we're on the lands of the Gutjamara people, and I pay my respects to elders past and present. I can just hear some feedback and I'm just wanting to... Thank you. I can still hear the feedback, so we'll just take a moment to see if we can resolve that. How's that? Yep. Great, thank you. Might take some refining. I'm sure we'll get there as the week progresses. So we will run through some introductions in a moment, but first I'm going to go through some housekeeping matters and some hearing protocols. So the hearing is being run both in person and online. People can participate and observe in person here in Portland this week and online using the Microsoft Teams link. An invitation to the hearing link has been sent directly to all parties and it's also available on the Engage Victoria website. I'll just note as well, the Engage Victoria website contains a guide to presenting at an EES hearing. So for those who are participating through our process, I encourage you to read that if you haven't already. I'll just wait a moment till the speaker settles. Great, thank you. So for those joining us online, if you're observing, I ask that you please keep your camera and microphone off throughout the hearing. If you're participating in the hearing, you may turn your camera and microphone on when you wish to speak. I ask anybody participating in the hearing to please put your first and last names in the Teams hearing link if you're logged in, and the organisation that you're representing, and that will assist the IAC to identify you online. If you do need to ask a question at any stage and you're joining us online, please turn on your camera and microphone and I'll come to you at an appropriate time. For those who are here with us in the room, you will need to be logged in if you're wanting to share a document. And of course, I ask for you to keep your microphones on mute in the hearing room. You will need to use a microphone at the table. So please, when it's turn to speak, if you're not sitting at the table, we'll invite you to come up and you'll need to use the microphone, which you're seeing being set up in action this morning. So you'll hopefully things will be running very smoothly. You will have seen there are bathroom facilities and tea and coffee located in the foyer. So please feel free to come and go from the hearing room as you need to. And I ask that you not engage directly with any of the IAC members in the common areas or outside of the hearing room. Thank you very much to the proponent for hosting and managing the hearing. The proponent has arranged technical support for online participants. So if you do need technical assistance using the Teams, please contact, and I'll give you a phone number. So please contact Netier on 1300 638 590 and ask for Neo and Kentbruck support. Great. So that's the housekeeping matters that I wanted to run through. So we'll now move into some introductions. As I mentioned, my name is Lisa Kendall and I'm chair of the IAC. I'm joined by senior sessional panel member Michael Kirsch, who's deputy chair for this matter and sitting on my right. We're also joined with our colleagues, sessional panel members Lachlan Wilkinson on my left and Ken Joyner sitting further to the right. The IAC is assisted by the Office of Planning Panels Victoria, and the team that you may have had contact with includes Amy Selvaraj, who's the Manager of Major Projects, and Sarah Vojinovic, who's a Project Support Officer. They're both joining us online, and we have with us Georgia Broderick, Project Officer, who's with us here in Portland. So thank you very much to the Planning Panels team for your support in the lead up to the hearing, both for the IAC and for parties to the hearing. If you do need assistance from planning panels, please either feel free to chat with Georgia here in the room or email planning panels with the email address that you'll already have, but I'll give it to you, planning.panels@transport.vic.gov.au. Great. So we'll now move into introduction of parties. We've got a large number of parties, so we'll limit introductions this morning to the proponent and any representatives of government agencies or the incorporated bodies or community groups with us today. If you are online and wish to introduce yourself, I ask if you could pop your virtual hand up and I'll come to you shortly. And we will run through a number of preliminary matters after introductions. So I just ask if parties could please limit it to introductions at this stage, and I'll come back to you to see if you have any other matters to run through in a moment. So starting with the proponent, thank you and welcome.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the committee. You can hear me okay? It's not too loud? No, okay. My name's Barnaby Chessel. I'm one of 3 barristers who will be appearing on behalf of the proponent, Neowan Australia Proprietary Limited. To my left is Ms Guild and to my right is Mr Wright. We're instructed in respect of this matter by Minter Ellison, and we have 2 members of that firm with us today. We have Ms Papadovitz to my far right and Mr Delios in the gallery. We also have here today, and likely to have throughout much of the hearing, 2 representatives of the proponent, Ms Webb, who's the state leader in Victoria for Neowan, and Mr Kelly, who's the project manager in respect of this project. Both of those people will come with us on the site inspection, and Mr Kelly will be, in effect, leading that inspection tomorrow.
Thank you. Welcome. I know from the Impact Assessment Unit we do have 2 representatives who are joining us online, I believe. So I'll just see if I can. Yes, thank you. I can see that the tech's working. So welcome to you. I'll just get you to introduce yourself.
Thank you kindly. My name is Talia Schlen. I'm a Senior Impact Assessor at the Department of Transport and Planning, and I have supporting me today Rob Pitchinen as well.
Thank you. Welcome to both of you. Mr Tobin, I'll come to you to explain who you're representing. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Kendall. My name is Greg Tobin. I'm a lawyer from a firm called Harwood Andrews. I'm representing 2 clients in this matter, Parks Victoria and also DECA, the Department of Energy, Environment and Climate Change. I'm instructed today by Miss Melanie Savage of DECA, and she's assisting both with my instructions for Parks Victoria and DECA today.
Thank you. Welcome. And others here who are with us, either in the room or online. I can't see any hands up online, so if you are wanting to introduce yourself, I ask you to pop that up now. And we may not have others introducing themselves at that stage, and that's perfectly fine. I ask that if you do need to speak during preliminary matters, if you haven't done introductions, to introduce yourself before explaining the issue that you'd like us to discuss. So we'll move straight into running through some of the matters that we need to before hearing submissions this morning. So firstly, just to recap, Parties will be aware that the IAC held a directions hearing on the 22nd of April. An audio recording of that directions hearing is available on the Engage Victoria website. We discussed the hearing and site visit arrangements at the directions hearing and subsequently issued our directions in document 26, hearing timetable and revised directions. So that was in document 37. And we are now working on timetable version 3 that was issued on the 22nd of May last week. So it's document 131. It's also available on the Engage Vic website. So the role of the IAC is detailed in the terms of reference that's dated the 26th of February 2025. Also available on the Engage Victoria website, and we just encourage all parties to be very familiar with the scope of our terms when you're presenting your submissions to us. We are required, as you will be aware, to produce a report with our findings and recommendations to the Minister for Planning within approximately 8 weeks of the last day of our proceedings. Tabled documents are available on the Engage Victoria website, and for parties we also have the document sharing platform that's being hosted by the proponent. Thank you. For instructions on how to use the document sharing platform, parties will have received, but just to remind you, documents 40 and 41 will give you information about uploading documents. If you do need assistance, please contact the proponent or the planning panel's office. The documents are numbered as they come in and added to a document list that's also available on the Engage Victoria website. So we will be referring to document numbers throughout the hearing. We're currently at document list number 24. And we also do have a distribution list where parties receive direct email when documents are uploaded. And then we're currently at distribution list number 5. I know parties are aware, but just to emphasise, you don't need to be on the distribution list to receive. Obviously, you can access documents through the document share platform, but it's just got a small number of parties on that list to assist with ensuring people are aware documents have been uploaded. Just in terms of documents received, there's a couple or a few that I will note. I won't go through all of them, of course. There's a lot of documents that have come through, but it is worth noting and bringing your attention to a few. So the request for information from the ISC is document 23. The proponent's Part A submission is document 52. We have the accompanied site visit itinerary that we'll be undertaking tomorrow's document 62. And the proponent also provided an unaccompanied site visit information for the IAC as document 119. We have received the evidence statements from the proponent, including an addendum evidence statement from Rob Galbraith. And I won't run through all of the numbers, but just to note that they have been received along with the evidence statements from Save Our Surroundings Riverina. We've also received tech notes from the proponent, and we're up to tech note 19. I acknowledge that the Nature Glenelg Trust emailed a video to support the unaccompanied site visits that the ISC will undertake, and that's document 113. We have the proponent's Part B and attachments, and the Day 1 project documentation from the proponent. And I'll just note that the EPA have written, and it's document 116, confirming that they don't wish to make further submission to the ISC through our process. We have received the submission from the Department of Transport and Planning Impact Assessment Unit that we'll be hearing from in a moment. And we've had a couple of documents come in over the weekend, and there's some things that we need to discuss in relation to those. So we'll come back to those as we discuss any procedural issues relating to those. So just some questions about documents or questions and comments from the ISC. Firstly, to the proponent generally, thank you. There's been a lot of documents coming through, so we appreciate those coming through promptly. I've just ask that during your submissions, if you could explain any key, I know that you will do this, but just as a prompt to explain any key proposed changes or corrections to the proposal. So just to make sure that that is highlighted in your submissions to us. And just for example, I note that document 47 identifies that the central preferred transmission line alignment, the preferred transmission alignment clarification. We also had one of the documents on Fridays which included corrections to the all infrastructure and data file and a new quarry location. So I'll just ask if you could step us through those changes at some stage. In terms of the Part A, the Part A does provide details of the renewable energy regulatory framework in Victoria, and that was written before the release of the draft Victorian Transmission Plan, which is now available for consultation. The Part A refers to the transmission plan guidelines, and note the area as identified as deprioritised and as an avoidance area as well, or components of. We know that we'll be hearing from Mr. Bolt today, and we will have a few questions for Mr. Bolt, but we will also ask the proponent to provide an update of any implications from the Victorian Transmission Plan for this project and the EES process, assessment process that's underway. We also ask for clarification or confirmation on the statement relating to the capacity investment scheme process and the requirement for grid impact application, noting that Part A says the application will automatically pass. So we're just looking for clarification around that in that updated document. One party submitted 176, Morris Shinkle, had questions or queried content of a couple of documents from the proponent, and I'm just going to ask you for clarification. So firstly, in document 151, Mr. Shinkle, that document was from Mr. Shinkle with reference to the proponent's Part A. He wanted to clarify whether Mr. Bolt is able to answer questions on Ramsar. So I'll ask you if you could clarify that now.
Yes, the answer is that Mr. Bolt is obviously here to give evidence in respect of energy transition and the consistency of this project with policies related to that and climate change. That those topics obviously don't relate directly to impacts on the Ramsar wetland, and we're not suggesting that Mr. Bolt give evidence about that. We would make the observation more generally that measures to address climate change, measures that will have direct benefits on the Ramsar wetland. But we don't contend that Mr. Bolt is here to answer questions in that regard or give evidence in that regard. So to the extent that that needs clarification, we're happy to provide that clarification.
Thank you. The other question that he had was around the categorisation of his submission and content relating to aviation. So just for the record, really confirming that. So I'll just ask for your comment on that, Mr. Chessel.
Yes, we're happy to make that correction. We agree that the matters raised by that submitter don't directly concern aviation, and to the extent that that need be corrected in the table that accompanied the Part A submission, we're happy to make that correction.
Thank you. I'll note to that. I don't know if Mr. Shinkle is with us, but I'll just give it a moment to see if he does have any further questions or comments. Okay, thank you. We'll keep moving. So in relation to the Southern Bentwin Wingbat maternity cave locations, we have received Tech Note 18, and from the proponent we have received a request to provide the location or general location of the maternity caves on a confidential basis to avoid risk to human interference. So that's in the document number is document 155. And we do note that under the IAC's terms of reference that we may accept information on a confidential basis. So I'll ask Mr. Chessel if you could speak to that briefly, and then I'll see if there are any comments or concerns from parties about that information being provided to the IAC confidentially.
Yes, thank you. Throughout the preparation of the EES, my client had been advised by the department and other members of the TRG that it would be preferable for the location of the relevant cave to be kept confidential so as to minimise the prospect of human disturbance, if you like, of that important ecological asset. And so, consistent with the approach that was taken in the preparation of the EES, we thought that it would be appropriate to provide the response to the committee on a confidential basis so that material is not in the public domain.
Thank you. And could you just explain the proposal? Is it to provide something in writing confidentially, or was there another
Yes, in writing.
component? Thank you, in writing. So I'll just ask if there are any concerns, comments, views on that request. No, thank you. And for DECA, can I just confirm that would DECA be seeking to be recipient of that information as well, or? Yes, thank you. So
if it's of assistance, it will be a map showing the precise location of the cave.
Okay, thank you.
That's the thing that we'd understood was to be kept confidential.
Yes, thank you. So I'll just take a moment to see if there are any questions or comments. And I can confirm that the ISC has no concern with the proposed approach and would appreciate receiving that information confidentially, noting that DECA would also receive that information. So we'll proceed on that basis. Thank you. There's a couple of updates I was looking for the proponent to provide. So in the native vegetation tech note, document 149, it states that further information regarding the offset process is underway. A site-based assessment of offset suitability is being assessed and will be provided to the IAC as soon as possible. Are you able to provide an update on the timing of that?
I'm instructed that it's still in preparation. We're endeavouring to prepare it as quickly as possible. I can't yet say exactly when we'll be in a position to file that material, but we are anticipating that will be well in advance of what will be the second week of the hearing, which will be, obviously there's a week in between, if you like, this week and the next week. So we're certainly anticipating that it be in advance of what I'll call the second week of the hearing.
Thank you. I think from memory, just looking at I'll come back to that. That's actually, no problem. Thank you. That's great. In relation to the photo montages, document 125 notes that supplementary statements will be provided relating to the additional photo montages that Mr. Huck was viewing on Friday last week. And again, if you're just able to give us an update on that.
Yes. The update is that Mr. Hark has attended the sites. He did so on the 23rd of May. Those sites fall into two broad categories. The first are the sites that have been, or a selection of the sites that have been identified by Mr. Littercutt, who you recall at the directions hearing had made a submission to the effect that it would be beneficial for additional montage imagery to be prepared at various locations. We received then a relatively long list of locations, and from that relatively long list, Mr. Hark has chosen a number from which it would be beneficial to prepare further imagery. And so Mr. Hark attended those sites on the 23rd. Also, Mr. Hark had proposed, you will have seen from his witness statement, to attend a number of other sites, in particular sites owned by submitters who had raised concerns in respect of visual impact. He'd hoped to do that on the 5th of May, but was unable to do so for personal reasons. And so again, on the 23rd of May, he went out and picked up those additional sites. So I think there'll be 6 additional sites in total. He's in the course of preparing that material now, and again, we'll file that as soon as it's ready. I don't have a precise date, I don't think, as to when that will be, but we'll endeavour to do so as quickly as possible. It's certainly well in advance of the date on which he'll be giving his evidence.
Yes, thank you. No, that sounds good. Just a couple of other things regarding documents. In relation to the day one EMF, I note the reference to Rob Galbraith's evidence. I think just the document reference is incorrect. So just note that, because that's a document that will continue to have life through the hearing. It would be worth checking, if I can just ask you to check the reference to the evidence table document number is correct in the next iteration of that, or as we progress through the hearing, if there's further iterations of the environmental management framework. And I'll just hand you to Member Kirsch, who has a question relating. I'll let him explain. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Chessel, just a couple of quick questions about the RFI and the proponents' responses to the RFI. You might recall that we asked a couple of questions in relation to the significant landscape overlay. I don't know if you have the RFI in front of you or the proponent's response, but I can take you through it briefly. The first question was request 40, which was to provide an assessment of the project against the SLO decision guidelines and the SLO1 landscape character objectives. Your table of responses to the RFI, which I think is document 134, indicated that those responses were included in Mr. Glossop's evidence at Appendix E. As best we can tell, they're not, and it's probably just some confusion around terminology. There is an assessment against the SLO1, that is the schedule, the decision guidelines in the EES. That's not what we were after. We were after an assessment against the header provision, so the SLO
Parent control
itself, the parent control. And we were also after an assessment against the landscape character objectives of the SLO1.
Okay, thank you. What I would recommend we do is perhaps prepare a consolidated response that directly addresses the parent control provisions, the landscape character provisions within the schedule, and picks up the balance of the relevant considerations under those controls. And if it's acceptable to you, what we propose to do is perhaps table that together in a consolidated technical note, so you have a consolidated record of our response to those matters.
That would certainly be helpful. And in doing that, it would be also helpful if you could provide us with links to the various coastal spaces landscape assessment reports. Some of them are readily accessible when you do a search online. Some of them aren't. I just think for completeness, we should probably get you to provide links to, there's about 4 different levels of assessment. And the context for that obviously is that one of the SLO1 decision guidelines calls up that document.
Yeah, we had a similar experience. That is, some were readily accessible, some weren't. We have now secured all of them, so we'll be in a position to furnish you with those.
Thank you.
Thank you. So there's a few more preliminary matters. Day one does tend to be a little heftier with preliminary matters, so we'll do our best to keep moving through them efficiently. Firstly, with the timetable, as I mentioned, we're working through version 3 of the timetable. It is available on the Engage Victoria website. Will be updated as we progress through the hearing if needed. We do have some reserve times and days set aside, and we'll decide closer to the time if they are required. And we intend to take breaks as scheduled each day, as if it's possible as things are progressing. Those who are less familiar with the hearing process, we do discuss preliminary matters first thing in the morning, and it may assist you to join at this time to keep up to date with the progress of the hearing. For those who will be presenting to us through the hearing, we'll run through some requirements of that as we get closer to hearing from parties after the proponent, but we just ask that you please keep to the time allocated for your submissions and arrive at least 15 minutes before your scheduled start time. We ask you to keep focused on the issues before the committee, so particularly the critical matters and as relevant to our terms of reference. I also remind parties not to circulate material that includes offensive, potentially defamatory or personal information. We will not accept or publish this material. So the proponent is scheduled to present to the IAC over 13 days over the next 4 weeks. We remind parties evidence in chief should be no longer than 30 minutes unless otherwise approved by the IAC. And I note that timeframes for cross-examination can vary, so parties will need to keep an eye on the progress of the hearing to know the time that an expert will appear. I note and acknowledge that the proponent has clarified the division of expertise between the bushfire experts and the ecology experts. Thank you. And that's reflected in the timetable. I wanted to note that, for the proponent that we will ask you to explain on Wednesday in preliminary matters your proposed approach to evidence in chief for the ecology experts, given that we have a number presenting on topics but in sequence. So if we could just get you to expand on the proposed approach for running that evidence in chief and how we'll have a think about what cross-examination looks like in that context. And I recall Mr. Tobin referring to a wish to ask individual questions as well as maybe collective questions of ecology experts. So we'll need to make sure that the structure of those sessions allows for that. Could I just ask the proponent to clarify, are you intending to call any experts to participate online? If you're able to clarify that at this stage.
I don't anticipate that being the case, Member Kendall.
Thank you. Reminder to experts, they can provide summaries of evidence that mustn't include new information by 12 noon on the business day before they appear. And for parties, if you are intending to cross-examine or ask questions of experts, you must be present for all of the presentation from the expert. As the ecology evidence is running over several days and through topics, we ask that you be present for the evidence on a specific topic that you intend to ask questions on, and also to notify the IAC if you intend to ask any questions of the expert by 12 noon the day before that expert is scheduled to present. If I just would like to know, we haven't received from any party advice that they're wanting to ask questions of Mr. Bolt this afternoon. So I'll just ask if there's anybody here who hasn't indicated or advised us, but you will be intending to ask questions of Mr. Bolt. If you could please raise your hand, the online, and I'll just take note of that as we go and I'll come back to you. Thank you to Dika for your advice that you intend to provide questions in advance of evidence being presented, and that will be in writing and unlikely to be asking oral questions unless the situation changes. Just note that we're comfortable with that approach, and if something comes up during evidence or cross-examination, there will be an opportunity to ask questions. I'll move past the site inspection. We'll talk about that towards the end of the day, which we have scheduled for tomorrow. So I'll come back to that at the end of the proceedings today. I have already mentioned the EPA will not be making further submission during the IAC process. We do reserve the option of requesting or asking questions of the EPA if something occurs during the hearing and the IAC feels that it would benefit from that. So I'll just confirm that. We've already issued that in writing following the directions hearing. And I also confirm the EPA is a party in terms of receiving documents on the distribution list and had requested to be kept informed and may choose to provide comment on final day documents when the time comes. The information that was circulated by Dika over the weekend, I'd just like to note that that has come in. There were a couple of documents, I believe, that weren't necessarily live or available at that stage. So I might just start with Dika. I know we have received from the proponent a request for directions around response to that material. I'll come to you in a moment, Mr. Chessel, to talk about that. But Mr. Tobin, is there anything about the context of the documents or anything you'd like to speak to in terms of that material that's just been provided?
Thank you, Member Kendall. Hopefully the letter is self-explanatory, but in summary, Dika through the Arthur Riley Institute is undertaking on an ongoing basis various pieces of research which are not timed to any particular project. It became apparent when the IAC dates for this matter were set, that there was going to be a disconnect between dates. And so DECA has been working to bring forward the dates of certain materials for release so that they can be considered by the experts. Unfortunately, they couldn't be brought forward to a date prior to the release of expert evidence, but we're hopeful that with suitable arrangements, they can be considered by the experts and that the committee will have the best information in front of it. You'll see that we've set out the various information that we're advancing in that letter under the heading on page 1 of what are the materials released. There is one exception to that, which is a study concerning the flight height of the southern bent-wing bat. It's a preprint of a scientific study, which I understand to be a version that's being submitted for peer review, which can be made publicly available. It is finalised, but in the process of being uploaded to a website, and it's not released. I've been checking over the weekend, but we're hopeful that that'll be released today. I'm also investigating any other alternative arrangements that we can put in place.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that both documents had been able to be the ones that were live, that we've been able to access those. Can I just, no, they haven't both come through. So there's an issue with the link.
Okay.
So Mr. Tobin, I'll ask you to work with the team to look at getting access to that as soon as possible. So from off the top of my head, it was the summary document. The link was not working. So, and I understand that the PhD is, it will be released shortly or will be available shortly. Great, thank you. So we've received correspondence from the proponent requesting that the IAC issue a direction for to provide comment for the experts to review and provide comment addendum statements on those documents by Friday the 6th of June in anticipation of those experts appearing in the week starting what will be the 10th of June. And also request to retain the reserve day in case further evidence and submissions is required. Mr. Chesler, is there anything you wanted to add to that request?
Only to say, Madam Chair, that this was an issue that we'd identified at the directions hearing. We're grateful to DECA for seeking to facilitate the early release of that material. What it does do, though, having been released on the eve of the hearing, and indeed I think we're waiting for some to be formally further released, it just gives rise to a need to allow us and other parties a chance to respond to it appropriately. And thankfully, we think the timetable as it's currently formulated will allow us to do that. The only order we seek is an order that would allow our experts, having had an opportunity to consider that material, to prepare any further addendum that they think is appropriate.
Thank you.
It seems to us the material will be directly relevant to some of the issues that this committee is charged to consider.
Thank you. Can I confirm that in the documents that the proponent referred to, that it was understanding DECA was likely to release, so that was in document 102, does this relate to the same documents?
I want to say yes. I think that the order that we seek is in respect of the documents that were foreshadowed for release by the department, the ones that Mr. Tobin was referring to a moment ago.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so there was we had that prior notice from the proponent that it was anticipating release of documents. So just wanted to check it was the same ones.
Yes, that's right. My client and the department have been in communication trying to understand the nature of the documents that are to be released and their likely timing.
Great,
so,
thank you.
I understand they're one of the same.
Yes, thank you. Given that we don't have all the documents available yet, I'm going to, rather than go to other parties for any comments on the proposed request of direction from the proponent, we'll come back to that at the end of the day, or even in preliminary matters on Wednesday when the material's available. People have had time to look at it. We've got no concern with the request for direction as the proponent has asked. So I can say yes, we'll head towards that, and we'll just confirm and clarify when we revisit the issue when the documents have landed. Thank you. So in terms of, there's just a couple of other things to finish off on, and then we will come to the impact assessment unit shortly. Nature Glenelg Trust had raised some issues in documents, and I firstly thanks to DECA for responding to the issues raised that related to DECA's approach to the hearing and a number of matters. I'd just like to note that the Nature Glenelg Trust and Mr Turner both provided written advice that they were not satisfied with aspects of that response, and we advised that we would raise that in preliminary matters this morning. So I'll just invite either of those parties, if they wish to provide any further comment on that, and then I'll ask DECA if it would like to respond. And I could just say there's no need for anybody to expand on it. The ISC certainly notes the submissions that have come through, so there's no need to expand if there's nothing to comment on. And I can't see that either of those are with us or providing comment. So I will, Mr Tobin, ask you if you do have anything that you would like to comment on in relation to those responses.
Thank you, Member Kendall. There are two aspects of the communication from Nature Glenelg Trust. The first concerns the, I guess, alleged risk of a conflict of interest, and the second deals with a concern about the availability of subject matter experts for the benefit of the committee. I might just quickly dispose of the second issue first. That concerning subject matter experts, we addressed this in our communication of 23 May, that the questions that DECA will be posing in writing are being informed by internal subject matter experts within the department. And so it is our submission that the committee is in fact having the benefit of input from subject matter experts from within DECA. Dealing with the first of the two issues, the concern is articulated that the fact that the Victorian government has a renewable energy transformation agreement with the Commonwealth government means that this proposal is, well, it's described as a strong impression that the state and federal governments now have an active interest in the project. Now, of course, the project is advanced in the context of a broader government policy, both at state and federal levels, that sees a transition in the provision of the source of energy that we use. For its part, DECA is a large department with a range of responsibilities. They include responsibilities concerning climate change related matters. They include responsibilities concerning environment matters. In a large department, these are not the same people dealing with each of these discrete matters. They are different specialists dealing with their own tranche or their own area of expertise. Now, there's nothing in the fact of an agreement with between the state and the Commonwealth that obviates the need for an evaluation of the environmental impacts of a project. And of course, that's why we're all here today. DECA has and will continue to evaluate the project. And we've explained in our correspondence that when we say DECA, there is a DECA energy area that contributed to the submission to the process. And there is a DECA environment, whom you will hear a lot more from in the context of this hearing. We don't think it's unusual that this is the case, that government departments have a range of responsibilities, and we don't think it's a conflict of interest to for those departments to be evaluating a proposal that arguably represents something which may implement aspects of government policy. To look at it in the other point of view, if it were the case that the department couldn't evaluate these matters, then the system would potentially grind to a halt. So we'll continue to take instructions from those discrete parts of the department and advance submissions accordingly.
Thank you. Any other comments? No, great, thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have some requests for information or questions or clarification from parties that have come in over the last week, and I just wanted to touch on those, the ones that are unresolved. Firstly, Ms Lenehan requested raw data relating to the Appendix D Brolga assessment, and the IAC did ask the proponent to respond to that request, which it did, and in document 112, it explained why the material would not be of assistance to the IAC process, and it explained the process or methodology relating to the information requested and referred to relevant parts of the EES. Ms Lenehan further corresponded with the IAC indicating she wasn't satisfied and asking again for the information to be provided. So I note that the IAC does not require this information for its assessment, and that we won't discuss that further unless new matters are raised in relation to the information request. Further, over the weekend, the ISC received 2 new requests from Ms Lenehan submitted relating to the Brolga buffer. We appreciate that parties won't have had time to consider the issues raised and suggest that the proponent and or DECA may like to respond verbally or in writing later in the week. So we'll note that for now and provide you with an opportunity to do that.
Maybe it just hasn't found its way through to me yet, but I hadn't picked up on that correspondence. So
that's, yes,
I assume we're copied in on it, but
thank you. Yes, I'm not sure how it's been distributed, but it will be tabled this morning if it hasn't already this morning. So thank you. In relation to submissions from Mr Turner, so submitter 212, he requested some further information and documents relating to the Google Earth the files, the data layers and infrastructure mapping, and then further indicated that he wasn't satisfied and again asked for spatial data in point, line and polygon format to be provided. As I've noted with the previous request, I can confirm that the ISC doesn't require that information for its assessment, and again won't discuss further unless new matters are raised in relation to the information requested. And finally, from submitter 82, Mr Cumming, he in document 130 raised a number of questions relating to the Biosis Brolga assessment and potential conflict of interest in DECA. I can confirm that the ISC doesn't require further information at this stage. However, Mr Cumming may ask questions of experts in relation to the survey methodology or other areas of concern to him, and may, of course, choose to explain his concerns to the IAC during his submissions that we can consider in concert with all the other information before us. So I will take a moment to see if there are any comments or questions from any of those parties, and then I'll provide the proponent and DECA an opportunity to comment as well. I can't see anyone coming onto the online screen, so I think either those parties may not be wishing to speak to that right now, or don't have anything further to add. So thank you. I just acknowledge your correspondence. And I will firstly come to DECA. Is there anything that you wanted to add or comment in relation to those requests? No, thank you. And Mr Chessel?
No, thank you.
Thank you. That has got me to the bottom of my list of preliminary matters. Thank you very much. I can see that Mr Cumming is with us. Mr Cumming, your camera is on, and I'll just get you to speak and I'll confirm that we can hear you okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you and welcome.
Sorry, I didn't click on quick enough when you asked if anyone had a response.
No problems. You're with us now.
Okay, with my document, you said you won't require any more information until Biosis's presentation or my submission. I just would think that the flocking site information in my question that I wrote would be fairly important to have some sort of response to prior to Biosis's submission, because it's not actually in their witness statement, I don't believe. There is a recorded flocking site at a location as I outlined in the email. It is on the Rebecca Sheldon database, and for some reason it has had its data removed off the VBA. And so I think it's a fairly critical thing to ask why it hasn't been included and where the data's gone, because a flocking site has a 5K buffer. So if that flocking site was acknowledged, it would take out half the turbines in the wind farm. So I would have thought it was worth finding out some information prior to submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Cumming. Mr. Chesley, is that something you're able to comment on now? If you don't have the information before you, I'm happy to put that on the list to come back to towards the end of the day as well.
I'm happy to provide a more detailed response toward the end of the day. I would note that there will be opportunities to ask the witnesses questions about the assessment that's been undertaken, and what you have in the relevant technical appendices that are attached to the EES are very, very detailed records of the basis upon which the assessment was undertaken. And if a submitter wishes to ask questions of Biosis as to the basis upon which that material was prepared or the relevance of potential sites, of course, those questions can be put to the witnesses. In my submission, that would be the normal way that these types of issues will be tested. But I'm happy to take that matter on notice and respond in more detail at an appropriate time.
Thank you. So if it's possible to come back to us as you have with the other requests for information, firstly about whether the information is available and you're able to provide it, and if not, just a further explanation. So I will add that for preliminary matters on Wednesday morning.
Yes, thank you.
And come back. I've got a list of other things that we need to check off towards the end of the day as well. And Mr. Tobin, if you have any comments when we come back to it, I'll come to you for those as well. And thank you, Mr. Cumming. So as I mentioned, no further preliminary matters from the IAC, but I will now ask if there are any other matters we need to discuss before we move into submissions. Mr. Chessel?
No, I've been crossing things off my list as we've gone through, and I don't have any further matters.
Okay, thank you, lovely. Mr. Tobin? Excellent, no problems. And anyone else in the online room, if there's any matters that we haven't covered off this morning that we need to? No, great. Looks like we're good to continue, which is excellent. And thank you to the IA unit for your patience. It's just taken a little bit longer to get through our material this morning. So welcome again to Ms. Schlen, who turned her camera on earlier. We thank you very much for coming along to present to us. We have received your written submission as well. So we have reviewed that. Thank you. And I'll hand over to you to talk us through.
Thank you kindly, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Chair, members of the Inquiry and Advisory Committee, and all of the other parties at this hearing today. I'd just like to acknowledge the traditional owners on the lands on which I'm speaking to today. I'm on the lands of the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung of the Kulin Nation, as well as acknowledge the traditional owners of the various lands on which others are located on today, including the Gunditjmara peoples on which the project is located, on whose land the project is located. I'd like to pay my respect to elders past and present, and to any First Peoples here today. My name is Talia Schlen. As I said before, I'm a Senior Impact Assessor in the Impact Assessment Unit within the Department of Transport and Planning's, or DTP's, State Planning, Assessment and Facilitation Division. The State Planning, Assessment and Facilitation Division is responsible for the administration of a range of planning and assessment functions, including the Environment Effects Act and the Planning Environment Act, which includes the Impact Assessment Unit. The Impact Assessment Unit, or IAU, is responsible for administering impact assessments on behalf of the Minister for Planning under the Environment Effects Act and the administration of the EPBC Act's bilateral assessment agreement. Along with Rob Pitchinen, Jack Crone and Marco Gutierrez Gonzalez, I have led the EES process for the Kentbruck Green Power Hub under the Environment Effects Act and in accordance with the ministerial guidelines and the minister's procedures and requirements for the EES. I have prepared a written statement which has been supplied to the IAC and published on as a table document. I don't propose to read the whole statement supplied, but I'd just like to take this opportunity to highlight a few key points. The first is that this statement is made on behalf of DTP IAU for the purposes of providing context for the process. It's not made in relation to the merits of the project, the EES itself, or the predicted effects, or the substance of the submissions made by any party. DTP IAU provides this information to give background on the EES and set out relevant matters for the IAC and submitters to understand the process undertaken to date. In due course, DTP IAU will be in receipt of the IAC's report for this Environment Effects Act. DTP IAU will be responsible for advising on the Minister's assessment of the project's effects that will be issued under the Environment Effects Act at the conclusion of the process. The Minister's assessment will inform statutory decision-making on the project. In August 2019, the Minister for Planning determined that an EES was required to assess the likely significant environmental effects of the Kentbruck Green Power Hub project under the Environment Effects Act 1978. In 2009, the project was also referred under the Environment Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act 1999, or the EPBC Act. The project was deemed a controlled action with the EES process nominated as the accredited assessment pathway under the EPBC Bilateral Assessment Agreement. The key stages of the EES process have been managed by DTP IAU, consistent with the procedures and requirements of the EES, and are as follows. An agency-based technical reference group, or TRG, was established by the Impact Assessment Unit to advise the proponent and DTP IAU. The technical reference group met on 8 occasions from November 2019 and May 2022 to discuss the issues relevant to the Kentbruck Green Power Hub project and to review and advise draft material prepared by the proponent for the EES. Impact Assessment Unit engaged 2 independent peer reviewers to review the draft impact assessments that interrogated potential impacts on EPBC listed avifauna and the critically endangered southern bent-wing bat. The peer reviewers provided advice on the consideration of scientific uncertainty and the application of emerging scientific understandings of species behaviour and population ecology. The independent peer reviewers' comments and the proponent's response to the review were to be provided in the EES. The EES documents were finalised and exhibited for public comment on the 28th of January 2005 and was originally proposed to close on the 11th of March 2025. Due to the identification of some omissions and errors in the exhibited EES and the draft planning scheme amendment documents for the project, the public exhibition period for the Environment Effects Statement and draft planning scheme amendment was extended from the original closing date, the 11th of March, to the 31st of March 2025. By the time the final draft of the EES was submitted to the Impact Assessment Unit for authorisation to exhibit, there were some residual differences of opinion between specific agencies represented on the TRG and the proponent. The technical issues included matters related to the assessment of biodiversity values, the potential impacts and constructability of the underground transmission line through Kobomini National Park and Kobomini Forest Park, and noise amenity. Agencies represented on the TRG have had the opportunity to raise outstanding issues in their submissions on the EES. Any outstanding issues stemming from the TRG engagement with the proponent during the development of the EES will be matters the IAC will be able to examine via these submissions and, if necessary, further through the hearing. At the completion of the public hearing process, the IAC will prepare a report of their findings on the significance of effects and recommendations on any necessary mitigations, controls, or project refinements as per the IAC terms of reference. The final stage of the EES process will then be for the Minister for Planning to issue the Minister's assessment of effects of the project to inform statutory decision making on the project. The Minister's assessment must be considered by Victorian and Commonwealth statutory decision makers. It will be very helpful to DTP IAU in terms of advising the Minister about her assessment if the IAC provides in its report recommendations for any appropriate conditions that might be lawfully imposed on any approval for the project. Thank you, Chair. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. I don't think there are any questions from the IAC. No, thank you. Thank you very much for coming along to present to us. It's certainly helpful to hear from the IAU about the broader assessment process.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you. So that brings us to the beginning of the proponent submissions, 11 o'clock, running a little behind time, but we've got a few days ahead of us, so probably all fine. So thank you, Mr. Chessel. I'll hand to you. And I'll just note we're scheduled to have a break at 11:30, so we will look to still have a break at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask, Member Kendall, did you receive over the weekend a consolidated document with
Yes,
some materials?
we did. Thank you. I hadn't noted that. It hadn't been tabled yet and I didn't have a number, but yes, we do have that. I'm not sure if all parties will have access to that just yet, or it may be in the to be tabled folder. I'll just get clarification. It's available in the table document folder. Great, lovely. Yes, so it's available and we have it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. What I thought is that rather than having you have 5 or 10 different documents open and taking you to 1 or 2 pages of those documents, it would be better to consolidate that material into a single PDF. So we'll share that material when I'm addressing it. What I wanted to start by doing, though, was to outline how we propose to organise our case over the coming 13 days. And the first thing that we wanted to note is that we're quite conscious that this is a committee that in many respects wears different hats, and it wears different hats because of the various statutory processes that are at play. And it's of course a committee that's charged under its terms of reference to respond in particular ways to those different statutory processes. And whilst there's a considerable degree of overlap between the subject matter relevant to one process and another process, that overlap isn't complete. And in light of this, at the highest level, what we are proposing to do in addressing you over the coming days and weeks is to initially, and indeed primarily, focus on the various substantive issues that are relevant to the different statutory processes. That is to say, in keeping with the order of the topics as outlined in the timetable, what we propose to do is to work sequentially through the various subjects and issues that bear upon the matters that you need determined. And as we indicated at the directions hearing, what we're proposing to do is to make topic-specific submissions introducing each of those relevant subject matters and each of the relevant expertise. And in doing so, we'll look to address you on how it is those topics are relevant to the different statutory processes, but perhaps more relevantly to the terms of reference and the things that you are charged to advise on. What I wanted to indicate at the outset is that having heard the entirety of the evidence, that is, having addressed each of the various subject matters that are relevant to your assessment, what we're proposing to do in closing our case is to make some concluding comments that really are directed toward or targeted very much toward the particular matters that you are required to address in the terms of reference. That is, seeking to tie together the different strands that emerge from the evidence with a view to addressing how it is this committee is charged to address those matters pursuant to its terms of reference. The next thing that I wanted to observe in opening is that whilst this is the first day of the committee hearing process, in reality, this is an assessment and approval process that's been on foot for many years. And I wanted to raise that because one of the challenges that necessarily arises in a hearing like this is how to address all of the material that is before you and that need be taken into account in informing your assessment. We'll, of course, be taking you to certain parts of the environmental effects statement and various parts of the supplementary documentation that's been filed before you. But it's not our intention to be reading large chunks of those documents to you, or for that matter, many of the documents that we filed, including the written submissions that are before you. Instead, in structuring our case before you, that is our oral submissions before you, again, we'll be attempting to be more targeted and direct in addressing what we understand to be the key issues that are in dispute between the parties and the key issues that bear upon the matters that you are charged to provide advice in respect of. Now, what I wanted to do next is to make some brief observations about the documents that we've filed with you, that is, the documents we've filed since the directions hearing a number of weeks ago. And for present purposes, it's useful to consider those documents under 6 categories. The first category is the Part A submission. And that's a submission that addresses a number of background matters to the project and background matters to this hearing process. Member Kendall, I'm mindful of the comment you made earlier about a particular aspect of those submissions. We'll come back and address you in due course. I did want to indicate, though, that for present purposes, we're proposing to rely on those submissions as having been read, and I'm not going to walk you through them this morning. The second category of documents that we've filed are technical notes prepared in response to the request for further information. And you will have seen in document 134, which is our tracker, if you like, of where we're up to in responding to that request, that we've responded now to a large number, indeed the majority of those requests, either through dedicated technical notes or in evidence. I just wanted to say 2 things about where we stand. The first is that I'm not proposing to address you on our responses to those matters now. Instead, what we're proposing to do is address you on the relevant technical notes as they concern the relevant topic or the relevant expert evidence. So we'll introduce our relevant responses at that time. The second is simply to note that we're doing our best to respond to the balance of the outstanding matters in an efficient way and in a timely way. And what we propose to do is to continue to file further responses in the form of technical notes when we're able to do so. And again, we will certainly aim to do so before the relevant topic is addressed before you. So that's the second topic, or second category. The third category of documents are a series of additional technical notes that address other matters that are relevant to your assessment. And technical notes that fall into that category are those that have been prepared in respect of the construction methodology along Boiler Swamp Road, approaches to mortality monitoring within the plantation, a technical note concerning neighbourhood agreements and campground data. Again, we'll address you on the relevance of that material at an appropriate time during the running of its case. I did just want to flag that there may be some additional documents that are filed and that are relevant to this category. A good example is an update that is underway in respect of the Burden Bat Adaptive Management Plan to respond to particular matters raised in evidence and some particular matters raised in submission. That's some work that we're continuing to do and that will furnish at an appropriate time well in advance of the relevant evidence. The next category of documents I wanted to introduce are the 2 quite detailed response to submission tables that were filed along with the Part B submission. And I think it's appropriate to describe those responses as being a point in time record of the proponent's position. And I describe them in that way because as is of course the case, we reserve our right to update or refine our responses to various matters after the evidence has been called and indeed after we've heard the way that relevant submissions are put before you. The next category of documents, being the fifth category that I'd like to introduce this morning, are the day one documents. And for present purposes, those documents comprise the EMF and the various mitigation measures and the planning scheme amendment, which of course is centred around the incorporated document. The changes that have been made to those documents fall within one of two broad categories. The first is changes to give effect to recommendations made by the expert witnesses called by the proponent. And you'll see when you read through the documents that for each change is sought to be identified by reference to the genesis of the change. So if it's a recommendation from a relevant witness, the relevant witness has been identified and the document identified, and we'll make sure we correct any cross-referencing in that regard. The second category of changes really are attributable to submissions that have been made in respect of the project, including agency submissions. And again, where we've made a change to those documents to give effect to or respond to a submission, we've sought to identify the relevant submitter and document number. And if we have time today, we might walk you through some of those changes, perhaps in the afternoon session, but I suspect given what we have to get through and the way we're tracking, it may be that we address the relevant changes to the mitigation measures and incorporated document as part of the introductory submissions for each of the relevant topics. And in some ways, I think that might be a more efficient and targeted way to do it. The final category of documents then really concerns the Part B submission. And that's a document that I will ask the IAC to have to hand at various points of the morning and afternoon. What I'm proposing to do is walk you through elements of that document in due course. Again, given the time constraints, I simply won't have time to address you on everything within that document, and we ask the IAC to review that document when it's able to do so. But I'll walk you through the relevant parts of it and what we say is most relevant to the introductory aspects of our case that we'll be addressing this morning. So in the time that we have today, I'm proposing to address you on two broad matters. And the first of those matters really is a series of issues and matters that in effect set the scene for the detailed examination of the key issues that are in dispute. And what I'm proposing to do in the first part of our submission this morning is to introduce the site and its surrounds, to make some observations about the wind energy industry in Victoria, and then finally to make some brief introductory comments introducing the project itself. In the second part of our submission today, we will turn to address you on the beneficial attributes of the project as those matters concern the different assessment processes that are before you. And we wanted to do this at the outset because, understandably enough, the bulk of these assessment processes are necessarily directed toward an examination of the negative impacts of a project and the extent to which those negative effects can be appropriately avoided, mitigated or minimised. And those matters are of course important, and no doubt they will be the focus of the hearing before you. We do want to emphasise though that it's equally the case that the decision-making processes before you, or the statutory processes before you, also require consideration of the positive attributes of a project like this. It's true certainly under the Environment Effects Act, wherein you're charged to, at the highest level, conduct an assessment of the environmental effects of the project, both positive and negative. It's clearly true under the Planning and Environment Act, where you're charged to undertake an assessment of the project having regard to considerations of net community benefit and sustainable development. And it's relevant also in a number of the other statutory contexts that are before you, including, as we'll come to explain, the EPBC Act approvals, the federal process that's before you. And that being the case, Madam Chair, in our submission, it's important that not only do we address these matters at the outset, but that they're appropriately weighed and considered in the broader assessment processes that the committee is charged to undertake. And in respect of a project of this type, those benefits are certainly in part, but not exclusively, benefits that are associated with energy transition as a response to climate change, benefits that will obviously manifest at a state, national and even global level. And most likely after lunch, we'll hear from Mr. Bolt, who will address you on matters relevant to, amongst other things, the consistency of this project with the legislated targets that have been set in respect of greenhouse gas emissions and the relevant legislation that promotes a very dramatic transformation in the national electricity market and its composition. What I did want to identify, though, at the outset is that in addition to these benefits, that is, these broad, widespread benefits of the project attributable to the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, there are also a number of benefits from this project that will manifest themselves at a local and regional scale. And we'll come to address that in the second part of our submission today. Those benefits include the various economic benefits to the municipality and the region, which benefits, as you will have seen in the materials, are significant, both in terms of direct capital investment, employment opportunities for the local workforce, and the various resultant trickle-down benefits that one sees from large investment in regional areas. But we're also keen to advance and address a number of localised environmental and community benefits that will arise from the project, including benefits from dedicated funding that has been committed to by my client. And so I hope that gives you a broad indication of what we're proposing to address this morning and indeed throughout the day. And I'll use the time up to the morning break by turning to the first of the matters that I'd like to address, being the introduction of various matters of context. And what I'd like to start by doing is introducing the site and surrounds. And what I thought I'd do, or the way I thought that I'd try and approach this, is to effectively start at a relatively high level, that is a relatively zoomed out level, before making some more direct observations about the subject site and the immediate environs. And in preparing this material, the relevant planning instruments that apply to the municipality and to the region are, in my submission, a very useful place to start in understanding the relevant context. And in going to those documents, I'll be focusing principally on those parts that are descriptive of the existing conditions, as opposed to the various policies that are specified for the region, the strategic planning context that we'll address in due course through the evidence of Mr. Glossop and others. And so the first of the documents I wanted to draw to the committee's attention is the Great South Coast Regional Growth Plan. And we've got that on the screen. That's a 2014 document. Can I just ask Member Kendall and other members of the committee, do you have that in front of you? You can see that? Yeah, okay, thank you. That's a 2014 document, but it is the most current version of the plan. That is the plan that's referenced within the planning schemes and which is given force and effect. And I obviously haven't included the entirety of that document, and instead just a number of short extracts. What one sees on the first page of the document is that this is a plan that concerns not just the Glenelg Shire, but a number of municipalities in the southwestern part of Victoria. Corangamite, Moyne, Southern Grampians and Warrnambool being the others. And if, like me, yesterday you drove here through southwestern Victoria from Melbourne, you will no doubt have passed through a number, if not, perhaps not all of them, but a number of those municipalities. If we turn to PDF page 4, you'll see the relevant region shown relative to other regions within Victoria. And of course, we're dealing here with the region that is situated to the far southwest of the state. At page 6, PDF page 6, what you see before you, I hope, yes, is the relevant overarching plan for the region. And it's a useful plan to commence with because it identifies key features of the region that bear upon an assessment of this proposal. And the first thing I'd like to note is the relevant designation of Portland. You'll see here that Portland is identified as a regional centre. It's one of 3 within this region, along with Warrnambool and Hamilton. And you'll see also that the relative, or in our submission, as we'll come to advance, the relative proximity of this site to Portland as a regional centre is important in a number of respects. As we'll come to explain, it's important as it concerns access to infrastructure, access to workforce, access to services and facilities. The locational or the location of the site relative to Portland is a factor that ensures the delivery of this very significant infrastructure project is able to be accommodated in a way that many other comparable projects throughout regional Victoria are less able, that is, projects that are more remote from regional centres. You'll see also here a designation of Portland as possessing a port, the Port of Portland, and that port is one of the 4 commercial ports within Victoria. It's a port that possesses a number of competitive advantages over other ports within the port network of Victoria by virtue of it being a natural deep sea port. I think the Port of Hastings is the only other natural deep sea port within Victoria. And what one sees when one reads through the various policy documents is a call for the expansion of the export capacity of the port as being a very important component of economic development within this region. Here, though, it's the import capacity of the port that is most relevant, and in particular, the capacity for the delivery of the infrastructure that would form part of this wind energy facility. It's a factor in this case that results in there being relatively little disruption to the road network as a consequence of the future development of this proposal. You'll have seen in the materials that there's relatively little road enhancement works that are required, certainly relative to other wind farm projects situated more remotely from the port and more remotely from major population centres. The next aspect of this plan that I wanted to draw to your attention is the red dashed line that cuts through the centre of the region. And that red dashed line represents the 500 kilovolt transmission line. And I'll come to address you on the significance of this in due course, but for present purposes, it's worth noting that this is a transmission line that runs from the Latrobe Valley in the east of Melbourne and the existing coal-fired power generation through to Melbourne, through Geelong, the major population centres, and extends as far west as Portland. And the transmission network and the need for enhancement of the transmission network is something that need properly be understood in the context of this application. And we'll come to address you in that in more detail, including, Member Kendall, a response to the particular documentation you identified in preliminary matters. For present purposes, though, we note that this line in its current form, that is at this capacity, 500 kilovolts, has been in force since the 1970s. It was built by the state government, the SEC, at that time, or at least upgraded at that time to 500 kilovolts. And as we'll come to explain, the proximity of this project to that transmission infrastructure is an important piece, an important element in understanding the capacity for this project to make immediate operate immediately and deliver immediate benefits in respect of the broader network. It's a matter that distinguishes this project from many other of the proposed projects that you'll have seen reference to, and we'll come to identify that in more detail. And relevantly, whilst not a matter that's specifically identified on this plan, the termination of that 500 kilovolt line coincides with the location of the Portland aluminium smelter. That's the smelter operated by Alcoa. And that, of course, is a key industry within Portland. Again, when one reads through the strategic planning documents, there are various policies that are directed towards supporting that industrial enterprise. It's an enterprise that employs many hundreds of people within the region. And it's also a major consumer of electricity within this state. Indeed, at various times, the smelter consumes up to 10% of the entire state's demand for electricity. And the committee will no doubt be generally aware of the various steps that the state government has taken over time to secure electricity at a competitive price for the smelter. And as we'll come to explain, in the present case, it's not just significant that the project would be situated in close proximity to the existing transmission network, and in particular the 500 kilovolt component of that network. It's also significant that this proposal would be located in relatively close proximity to what is a very large, if not the single largest, consumer of electricity within the state. And those locational attributes are important in understanding the particular attributes of this project that result in it being particularly well placed to advance national and state objectives in respect of renewable energy generation in the relatively short term. While we're looking at this plan, I'd also like to point out the designation of Haywood, which is located a short distance to the, or relatively short distance to the north of Portland. And of course, it's at Haywood, or the Haywood terminal, that this project would propose to integrate with the broader transmission network. If we turn our attention then towards the particular location of the project, it's a bit difficult to make out on this plan, and there are some better plans we'll come to in due course, but you'll see that there is a grey designation and a green designation on the plan. The grey designation identifies land that's used for forestry and other agricultural purposes, and the green colour designates public land, that the majority of which is dedicated to parks, be they national parks or parks differently classified. And you'll no doubt be able to ascertain the general location of the project on this plan to the west of Portland. And as I'll come to explain, the site of the project being wholly situated within a the vast majority of which is situated within a plantation setting, forms part of a broader area of land known as the Green Triangle. And I'll come to explain the significance of that in due course, but it's a region in the southwestern part of this state, extending over the border to South Australia, where there is a coordinated and major plantation industry, both softwood and hardwood. And we'll come to explain to you throughout the course of today, and indeed throughout the course of the hearing, the particular synergies and benefits that arise as a consequence of locating this type of facility within a plantation setting. It's an important aspect of understanding in our submission, not just the project, but how it is the project has been able to mitigate and ameliorate impacts in the way that it has. If you just look at the designation in the southwest corner of the site as it concerns the land to the immediate north of Discovery Bay, you'll see the designation of grey private agricultural land and green land principally put to conservation that is public land. And in our submission, that is a distinction. That is the distinction between public land and private land that is important in assessing the acceptability of certain impacts that are at issue before you. You'll see, and it'll be quite evident at the site inspection, that the private land is generally put to active agricultural uses, be it forestry or otherwise, whereas the public land is principally dedicated to conservation, though not exclusively. There seems to be some plantation occurring on some public land. And that distinction, the distinction between private land and public land and the different purposes to which that land is put, is readily manifest in different ways. One sees out on site a very clear juxtaposition between exotic landscapes and natural landscapes. One sees a very clear distinction between landscapes that are subject to periodic and dramatic change as opposed to landscapes that are not. And understanding these differences and the extent to which these differences bear upon an assessment of the acceptability of impact is, in our submission, an important theme that we'll address further throughout the course of our submissions before you. Now, I'm about to move off this plan. I'm mindful of the time. Would you like to take a break now?
Yes, I think we'll take a break for 15 minutes. So we'll see everybody back here shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So for those who aren't in the room, we've just had the heater on to warm things up in here, and we've turned it off due to noise, but please let me know if anybody's getting cold and we'll pop it on again and see how we go. Thank you. Mr. Chessel, I'll hand directly back to you to continue with your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the plan to continue through to around 1 o'clock?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. I'm back then in the Great South Coast Regional Growth Plan. And the next part that I wanted to bring to your attention is at PDF 5. And this is the introductory part of the plan that sets out the high-level ambitions for the region. And a number of those are relevant for present purposes. You'll see that the first is to position the Great South Coast for economic growth. And a number of different industries are identified, including at the third dot point, new and renewable energy, which is identified as being a major opportunity for the region and Victoria. A second key strategic direction concerns improving connections, including physical, electronic, environmental and social connections. And one of those connections identified concerns power and further as it concerns economic competitiveness and social cohesion. Now, in our submission, as we'll come to explain, the delivery of a facility like this enhances the relevant electricity market and network, provides security in respect of it, and as we'll come to explain, has real potential synergies given rise to the nature of consumption in Portland, including by the smelter. The third issue at the top of the page is to sustain the natural assets of the Great South Coast. And what this direction recognises are the various environmental challenges that exist within this part of the state, including climate change, water security, land use and health of ecosystems. And there are various issues, including the valuable and vulnerable natural resources, but also climate change impacts, which are identified as presenting unprecedented terrestrial, aquatic and human challenges. And just pausing there, Madam Chair, it's of course the case that the impacts of climate change are felt across the entirety of the state and across the entirety of Australia. But it's also the case that the manifestations of the impacts of climate change are more acute in coastal environments, be it in respect of sea level rise, storm surge, extreme weather events, drought. All of the particular manifestations of climate change are particularly acute within coastal regions. And it follows in our submission that projects that are directed toward addressing the impacts of climate change, of course, have benefits across the entirety of the state and indeed globally, but particular benefits to coastal communities. The next is to strengthen the communities of the Great South Coast. And one of the key challenges identified in that regard concerns skills, jobs and education, and a call for a smarter, more skilled community and workforce. And again, we make the observation that a very significant project such as this, associated with very significant capital investment in the region and a significant component of or a significant boost to local employment and the local skill base, are important benefits to be taken into account in an overall assessment of a project like this. The fifth concerns increased collaboration in the Great South Coast and is essentially directed towards governance, but also prioritising certain projects that have the potential to address strategic goals within the plan. Now, if that's a very high level description of some of the key matters of context, what I'd next like to do is turn to the relevant extracts from the planning scheme. And what one sees, understandably, is the same types of issues addressed in the planning scheme albeit at a more localised level. And we'll turn first, please, to PDF page 10. And this is the key plan contained within, I think it's clause 2.01. I beg your pardon, it's the strategic framework plan in 2.04 that seeks to articulate and represent key aspirations and qualities of the municipality. If we look at this plan and we focus first on the orange designation, what one sees here is the transmission network as it passes through the municipality. What this plan doesn't do is distinguish between the different capacities of that transmission network. And what one will recall from the earlier plan is that the network in the eastern part of the municipality is the 500 kilovolt transmission network. And the balance of the network are lower order components of the network. What one sees a short distance south of Haywood is the juncture between the 500 kilovolt network and the 275 kilovolt transmission network that extends across the South Australian border. And it's at that point, at that juncture, where the terminal station is located, that is where this project would connect into the grid. Now, again, we see on this plan Portland designated with a relatively large red dot as being a regional centre. And at this scale, we see other designations concerning other townships. Relevantly to the north, we see Haywood designated as a regional town, along with Dartmoor to the northwest. And of course, relevantly for present purposes, Nelson, identified in the western part of the municipality, identified as a small town pursuant to the designation under the relevant scheme. And if we follow between Portland and Nelson, we see the Portland-Nelson Road. And I'm sure the committee, given its review of the other materials, can readily identify where it is the wind farm would be situated along that roadway. But I found it useful in looking at plans like this to identify the eastern extent of the wind farm by reference to the cutout, if you like, in the Kobobini National Park to the immediate north of the road. We've got the marker there. That's the general location at which the internal transmission network would connect into the external transmission extending through to Haywood. And if we look at the very eastern extent, I beg your pardon, western extent of this plan, you see a little cutout, a sort of an insertion, if you like, into that area that's designated as public land. And that really coincides with the western extent of the wind energy facility. Now, it's on this plan that the distinction that I identified earlier between public land and private land is clearer. One can see on this plan the designation of national parks in the darker green colour. That is, those parks that are subject to the specific provisions within the National Parks Act. And those parks are located to the north of the subject site, the Lower Glenelg National Park and the Kobobini National Park. And it's important in considering this proposal to bear in mind the different ways that the national parks or the parkland is characterised. And that's in part because the permission that's required in respect of the transmission line component, that part that is situated below Boiler Swamp Road, passes in part through the Kobobini National Park and requires a particular permission under the National Parks Act, and in part through the Kobobini Forest Park, which is a park that's subject to a different designation and that does not call for the separate approval. And so this is a good example of how the different statutory processes concern different aspects of the project And that part for which permission is required under the National Parks Act is only that part of the transmission network situated beneath Boiler Swamp Road that passes through the Kobobini National Park, as opposed to any other aspect of the proposal. And so you'll see in the materials that we've been careful to distinguish between a description of the impacts within the national park environments as opposed to other environments. On this plan, one can readily make out the location of the Discovery Bay Coastal Park. It's not designated a national park and it's not subject to that legislative regime. What's not shown on this plan, though, is the location of the Ramsar wetland. We'll come to address you on that in due course. It's an area that covers parts of both the Discovery Bay Coastal Park and parts of the Lower Glenelg National Park. On this plan, at this scale, one also sees Cape Bridgewater, situated a short distance to the west of Portland. And what's not shown on this plan, but which is relevant to understand in assessing or understanding the context of this application, are the existing wind energy facilities, the existing wind farms situated in Cape Bridgewater, and further to the east in Cape Nelson. And indeed, one need only walk out to the street before one sees evidence of those existing wind energy facilities situated in and around Portland. And we'll come to explain and introduce those in due course. The next part of the planning scheme that I wanted to address in opening is Clause 2.01, and that's at the next page. This is the part of the planning scheme that describes the context of the municipality. And in my submission, it's a useful list of matters in that it introduces a number of themes or issues that will need to be considered by the committee. And it's readily apparent the extent to which this proposal responds differently or in different ways to these various themes. The first paragraph in 2.01 recognises that the traditional owners of the region are the Gunditjmara, Boandik and Jawadjali people. And the potential impact of the project on Aboriginal cultural heritage is an important issue to be considered by the committee. In this case, that is in the case of the project, the proponent has worked closely with the Gunditj Mirring Traditional Owner Aboriginal Corporation, which is the relevant registered Aboriginal party under the Aboriginal Heritage Act, in preparing the assessment that has been documented within the EES, that is the assessment of the project's impacts on Aboriginal cultural heritage. And we'll come in due course to hear evidence from Mr. Feldman about that issue. But what we did want to identify at the outset is that the assessment of impact in this case has been informed by the development of a model that's been developed in conjunction with the Aboriginal Corporation, that in our submission constitutes a sophisticated approach to this issue and one that allows this committee to be properly informed of the potential impacts. It's also an approach that will have real benefits moving forward in subsequent approvals and assessments, and we'll address that further. The second paragraph in Clause 2.01 describes the Shire and its relevant attributes. The third, though, is relevant or more relevant in that it addresses the ecological values of the area. It recognises that the Shire is characterised by a rugged coastline, dense native forest and woodlands, rolling rural plains, rivers, lakes and wetlands. It also recognises that the Glenelg River and estuary flows through the Shire from the Grampians, carving deep gorges in the Dundas Tablelands and Glenelg Plain before reaching the Southern Ocean at Nelson. And in this case, the applicant has undertaken a very detailed assessment of the ecological values of not just the site, those values are of course limited by virtue of it being a pine plantation, but the immediate surrounds of the subject land. And I wanted to make very clear at the outset that there'll be no debate from the proponent that these adjacent areas are anything other than ecologically significant. Obviously they are. They possess important ecological values. Really what we anticipate the debate being between the parties is essentially the extent to which this proposal, a proposal advanced on private land that is not itself ecologically significant, would impact either directly or indirectly upon the ecological values of the surrounding land. That it seems to us, is the key matter for debate before you, at least as raised in submissions. And it is the case that the proponent here has undertaken a very substantial amount of work to demonstrate that the proposal can and will respond appropriately to those ecological values. And as will come in due course to explain, what the proponent has done through its consultants is articulate a series of measures to avoid, minimise, and then mitigate impacts in accordance with the Victorian mitigation hierarchy. One thing we would note in respect of this aspect of the case is that by virtue of the extent of the analysis and assessment that's been completed in respect of this project over what has been a quite considerable gestation of this EES, a number of years, in our submission, this committee is armed with information that does allow it to make a considered assessment of risks and effects. And in saying that, we're not suggesting that all of the potential impacts of this project can be precisely estimated at this point in time. But what we are saying is that focusing on what we do know, the committee can properly make an assessment of potential impact and properly conclude, consistent with the evidence, that that impact should be considered acceptable in the context of the various decision-making frameworks. And we'll be very keen to advance in the context of the different sub-disciplines that are relevant to this topic, how it is we say that is the case. Now, there's reference in that paragraph also, of course, to the Glenelg River, and that, of course, is an important natural asset. It's also an asset that is subject to particular protection under the planning scheme in the form of the significant landscape overlay. The visual impacts of the project on that asset and having regard to that control will be addressed by Mr. Hark and by Mr. Glossop, and Member Kirsch will look to consolidate a response to the particular provisions within SL01 in due course. The next paragraph then talks about the regional strengths, those strengths which relevantly include the natural resources of the area. And we'd make the observation, of course, that the wind resource within this part of the state is undeniably one of those resources that should properly be harvested and utilised. The next paragraph describes the population within the municipality, noting that, like many other parts of regional Victoria, it's an ageing population. The following paragraph, though, then concerns the three major centres, one of which, of course, is Portland. And we've already touched upon this to some degree, but in our submission, the proximity of this project to a regional centre is a matter that is relevant in many respects, as we'll come to explain. There's simply a greater capacity to leverage the economic benefits of a project like this, given the relatively close proximity of the facility to the regional centre. And there's a greater capacity to accommodate social impacts, including workforce accommodation and the like. The final paragraph then identifies key elements of the local economy. And one of the key elements of that economy that's identified is timber production. And again, I've touched upon this briefly, but we'll come to explain the very clear synergies that exist in respect of the use of the land for the purposes of a wind energy facility, as well as its use for productive agricultural purposes. Now, what I'd like to do is zoom in again and make some more targeted observations about the site and its immediate surrounds. And the first thing I wanted to address in this respect is the location of the proposal within an established plantation setting. And you'll see that over the page, PDF page 12, is an extract from a document that concerns Australia's green triangle, the region I mentioned a moment ago. If you turn, please, to PDF page 13, you'll see that there's a description of that region. It's shown in the cutout from the insert there as extending as far east as Port Campbell, as far north as Dimboola, and across west across the South Australian border. And what one sees below is a description of the nature of the plantation resource. And as the committee is no doubt aware, plantation uses in and around this area have been established for many, many decades. And it's still a particularly productive resource within this part of Victoria. You'll see that the region currently has in the order of 160,000 hectares of mature softwood plantations. That's the radiata pine that is most relevant for present purposes. But that in more recent times, that's been supplemented by nearly the same amount of hardwood plantations. And you'll see that there's a description in the second paragraph to the sawlog plantations generally being based around a 30-year rotation. So that's the softwood, the radiata pine, with the, if you turn over the page, the hardwood plantations generally having a 10-year rotation. So a quicker turnaround, if you like, of logging within those locations. You'll see there in the second paragraph that the document recognises that the Green Triangle currently produces around 1.7 cubic metres of softwood saw logs and around 1 million cubic metres per annum of softwood pulpwood. And if you look at the bottom of the page, you'll see that the area is managed and owned by a number of different entities. Which coordinate their response to various things, including bushfire risks that I'll come to in a moment. For present purposes, if you turn to the top of the next page, PDF page 15, you'll see that one of the owners and managers is the Green Triangle Forest Products, and that's the relevant owner and manager of the plantation land upon which this project will be situated. You see above it that Hancock Victorian Plantations is another owner and manager within the broader area. Hancock or HVP owns that part of the plantation situated to the north of Portland Nelson Road that's not subject of the application but is in close proximity. Now, I've already made the point that these areas, these plantation environments, are areas that are subject to periodic and dramatic change. And the next image that I've included in the pack is an image or a figure taken from Mr. Hark's expert witness statement. And what this image shows is the way in which the relevant plantation is managed, that is the sequential way that it is addressed by the owner and manager. And to understand this image, the darker blue colours, so the blue and green colours, represent that part of the plantation where the pine stock is older, that is where it hasn't been forested or logged in recent times. And it graduates yellow through red, representing those that are younger, that have been the subject of more recent logging. And what one sees, as one would imagine, is a patchwork, if you like, of I'm just trying to organise my screen, bear with me a moment. A patchwork of different colours representing the sequential management of the plantation. And of course, as that sequence progresses, one sees very dramatic and in many respects violent change within the landscape where old established trees are logged and new trees are planted in their place. It's necessarily then a dynamic landscape, a landscape that does change and changes in quite profound ways on a regular and periodic basis. At this point, I just wanted to mention that the potential risks posed by bushfire is an important issue for the committee to consider. And it was an issue that was raised in a number of submissions that were advanced in respect to the project. It's, of course, an issue that will be addressed in the evidence of Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor, and we'll come to address you in due course. I wanted to raise it now because that is an issue that is not only relevant to the risks that it poses to human health and the environment, but it's also, of course, a particular risk, if not the greatest risk, to the assets of the various plantations that comprise the Green Triangle. And what you'll hear in evidence, and I've read in the materials, is that the Green Triangle Forest Alliance cooperate to address this issue. So the different owners and managers implement a coordinated response to supplement the broader firefighting response within the region. And they do so in a number of ways, including by sharing dedicated firefighting resources. And one of the things that the Alliance has introduced in recent times is camera technology. And if we turn to the next page, you'll see an image of the different camera sites that are or have been established within the broader Alliance area, and the coverage of those different cameras. And these cameras operate with a view to identifying through use of artificial intelligence any smoke rising from the surrounding areas. And what they do is allow firefighting responders to respond far quicker than would otherwise be the case. And of course, early detection and response is really the key, if not the most important key in effective response to bushfire risk. One of the matters that will be addressed by Mr. Potter and Mr. Taylor is the potential for this project to supplement the coverage of that camera network. One can readily see that the area of the subject land, the sort of southern part of this image or southeastern part of this image, is an area where there is not currently coverage and where additional coverage would be of benefit. The other point I wanted to make in opening about the risk of this project as it concerns bushfires is that this is not the first wind farm project to be considered within a plantation setting, nor is it the first project to be considered in an area that undeniably presents relatively high bushfire risks. The Delburn wind farm, which was the subject of assessment in, I'll say 2022, 2023, was similarly situated within a plantation setting and situated within an environment that is subject to extreme bushfire risk. And one of the matters that we'll come to address you on in due course is the findings of that committee as they bear upon an assessment of the extent to which a project of this type can introduce benefits in respect of the capacity to respond to the risks posed by bushfire, both through technology and through additional clearing and the utilisation and coordination of various resources. But also how established practices can be implemented to ensure that a project of this type does not increase or materially change the risk profile in respect of an area like this. And those are matters that are addressed in evidence and that we'll come to address in due course. The next matter that I'd like to come to, if we zoom in again, is perhaps a return to this issue about the distinction between public land and private land in the vicinity of the site. And if we turn, please, to PDF page 18, what you'll see here is figure 3.1 of the EES from chapter 3 of the EES. It's a useful plan because it shows, amongst other things, the extent, or at least the partial extent, of the Ramsar wetland. That's the area shown with the black hatched designation. And one can see that that wetland extends both to the south of the site, that is within the Discovery Bay Coastal Park, and to the north of the site within the Glenelg National Park. What one sees also is the site, obviously designated in pink, showing that part of the site that is subject to the plantation, and in yellow being the balance of the site dedicated for agricultural purposes. And you'll see at the eastern extent of the site that there's that is the part of the site where the transmission network infrastructure will be situated. If you just identify the Golby land, that agricultural area, yeah. We'll come in due course to explain the location of the turbines, but of course it's the case that there are no turbines, at least no longer any turbines proposed in respect of land, and that land is to be used primarily for the purposes of the substation and internal transmission network. Now, the next image that we have in the pack is figure 9.4. That is the figure that is contained within chapter 9 of the EES. And I've included that in the current presentation because it provides a more granular description of the various wetlands that make up the Long Swamp complex. You'll have seen that various parts of different reports refer to the different wetland components that comprise the broader network, and I thought that this plan was a useful plan to identify where they are. I'd also like to commend Mr. Buckman for the video presentation that he prepared. That was a very useful video presentation that provides additional context and important context to understanding the ecological significance of those areas and the different processes at play. So we thought that was a very useful contribution. Commend that to the committee. Now, as is no doubt evident from the materials, the interaction of the project with the nearby parks and ecological assets will be an important focus of this hearing. There's no doubt about that. And we wanted to observe at the outset that one of the real locational benefits of this project, which again arises in part from the location of the facility within a plantation setting, is the extent to which it is relatively remote from private land and private residences. So I suppose really what I'm saying is, yes, there are a series of important issues that will need to be considered in respect of the interaction of the project with the surrounding natural assets. But a consequence of those natural assets surrounding the site in the way that they do, indeed a consequence of the site being situated within a plantation, is that unlike many other wind farm projects, this is not a project where there is as great an extent as interaction with the private realm, with private residences and the like, as is sometimes seen. And to demonstrate that point, I'd like to make reference to the next image. And this is an image from Mr. Dallaire's witness statement. And what this image shows are the relevant receivers situated in proximity to the site. And just to understand this plan, you'll see that the various coloured contours are contours that relate to noise profiles, so different decibel levels, which have to be understood as being worst case decibel levels. I'll come to explain that in due course. But the very outer contour is a 5 kilometre scale. Do you see that, the dotted contour? And what one can readily appreciate is that within 5 kilometres of the site, there are relatively few residences, certainly compared to other projects. The way to understand this plan is that the yellow receivers are receivers that are stakeholders in the project. The green receivers are campground locations, so campgrounds to the south and to the north. And then it's the white designations that are the additional receivers, that is effectively residences. Now, to make this point and to understand why it is we say this is a point of distinction between other wind farm projects, what I've done on the next page is extract the comparable image taken from the evidence of Mr. Dallaire in the context of the Delburn wind farm proposal. And if you see down the bottom of the page there's a scale, a 5-kilometre scale. And what one can readily appreciate is that in the context of that application, there were a vastly greater number of private residences situated within close proximity of the facility compared to what is that case or what is that issue here. So if we look back again at PDF page 20, you will see that in this case, it's really the campsites that are situated in closest proximity to the proposal. The two most relevant campsites are perhaps those situated to the south, the campsite for Lake Monbion, which is number 673, if you can see that on your screen, and the Swan Lake campsite situated to the southeast of the turbines, number 702. And then what one sees are some further residences to the east and to the west of the site, but relatively few to the north, and of course relatively few to the south, given the coast. And it is an important point of distinction in our submission between this project and others, and it perhaps explains why, in this case, the focus of submissions is not on impacts in respect of noise and the like, which traditionally occupy a very large proportion of a hearing of this type, but instead are focused on other attributes of the interaction of the site with its immediate surrounds, including in particular ecological impacts. But the last thing that I wanted to touch upon in introducing the site and its context concern the zone controls. And if we turn please to PDF page 22, thank you, you'll see on screen the spatial allocation of the different zone controls on and around the subject land. And the colours are a little bit different on the screen, but on my screen they're sort of yellow. The yellow or tan designation relates to the farming zone. And you'll see that zone extends throughout the entirety of the site and that extends also in respect of the entirety of the land that's put to productive agricultural purposes, including the balance of the plantation land in the vicinity. And of course, pursuant to that zone, the land is not quarantined for conservation or for recreational purposes. Instead, pursuant to the terms of the scheme, the site is allocated a zone that calls for the land to be put to productive use. And then for the balance of the land, and in particular the parkland to the north and to the south, one sees a combination of different public zones. The zone that is the duller of the green colours is the public park and recreation zone. That's the zone that applies to the Discovery Bay Coastal Park and to the Lower Glenelg National Park. And the Combobony National Park, the sort of brighter of the two colours, is subject to the public conservation and resource zone. And again, those zonings, of course, describe and recognise the different purposes to which that land or those parcels of land should properly be put. If we turn over the page, we see a quite convoluted plan that seeks to describe the different overlay controls that apply to the subject site and its surrounds. For present purposes, I'd invite the committee to note the following, that the grey hatched designation that covers the majority of the site and indeed the majority of the surrounds is a hatching that corresponds with the bushfire management overlay, recognising that this site and much of its surrounds is a area subject to elevated bushfire risk. You see the yellow hatched designation at the the western part of the plan. And that's the designation that shows the eastern extent of the SLO1 control. That's the control that concerns the Glenelg River estuary and surrounds. And again, we'll come to address you on that in due course and address you on the spatial application of that control and how that might inform a relevant assessment. And then what one sees in the balance of this plan are different designations in green, which identify different ESO controls or schedules to the ESO control, the environmental significance overlay. The first schedule it applies to coastal areas, and that's on the screen, very much the brighter green designation. That's ESO 1. And then the duller green, extending further to the north, is a designation that corresponds to ESO 3, which is a control targeted at the southeastern red-tailed black cockatoo. Now, Member Kendall, that completes the first part of this descriptive exercise, if you like, the description of the site and its surrounds and the various attributes that in our submission are important to bear in mind in considering the evidence and submissions that you'll hear over the next 13 days. What I'd next like to do is make some observations about the wind energy industry more generally in Victoria, noting, of course, that the proposal before you is for a 600 megawatt wind energy facility. I'll come to address you on the particular plans that concern the proposal, but I wanted to start by making some observations about the nature of the wind resource that exists in this part of Victoria. And the committee will have seen in Chapter 2 of the Environmental Effects Statement a detailed description of the project's rationale. And that rationale includes a description of the nature and extent of the wind resource within Victoria. And the following propositions readily emerge. The first is that the wind resource in Australia is amongst the strongest in the world. The second is that the wind energy resource in Victoria is amongst the strongest in Australia. And the third is that the wind energy resource in southwest Victoria is amongst the strongest in Victoria. And what follows then is that this resource need properly be considered to be of national significance. It is a particularly strong resource when measured against not just other parts of Victoria or other parts of Australia, but other parts of the world. And it's strong not just because of the strength of the wind itself, but also because of a series of other factors that are critically important in establishing facilities of this type. It is a relatively steady wind, and that's important because it provides reliability and security to the electricity network, particularly when coal-generated power phases out of the relevant mix. It's important also because it's a strong and steady resource in relatively close proximity to major population centres and major consumers of electricity. And it's important also because it is a strong and steady resource that is situated within that part of Victoria where there is currently an established transmission network that has capacity to transmit electricity generated from a facility like this to the end users of electricity, be it in Portland or in the major population centres in Melbourne or Geelong. And to advance these points, I wanted to share my screen, and in doing so, take the committee to 2 online resources that I think are useful to have reference to. So if you just bear with me, I'm going to try and for some reason it's not letting me do it. Just bear with me. Okay. This is a proprietary website, RenewMap, that contains summary information in respect of a number of things, including wind energy facilities operating within Australia. And the first observation I wanted to make about this image, and I should say we'll make sure we take images that can be filed in hard copy form or electronic form for the committee so that you can refer to these later. But the first point that I wanted to observe is that this is a representation of wind farms that are presently operating within Australia. And what one readily sees looking at this image is the concentration of wind energy facilities within Victoria relative to other states. And in particular, the concentration of those facilities within the southwestern part of Victoria. And that is no mistake. It's a reflection of the various attributes I identified a moment ago: the strong and steady wind resource, the proximity to population centres, and the capacity of the transmission network that exists within that part of the state. I'd like to, okay, sorry, bear with me a moment. I'd like to next address this image. This is a resource that is maintained by the Victorian State Government, and it provides a summary of renewable energy projects in Victoria. And the particular focus of the image before you is wind energy projects within Victoria. And I wanted to make some observations about that existing, or those existing projects. Just by way of introduction, what this shows are existing projects, and those are shown in purple. It shows that is operating projects are shown in purple. It shows a series of projects that are under construction, or at least a designation of projects that are under construction. They're shown in yellow. And then there are a series of other designations. Orange concerns projects that are approved but not operational. And the light blue shows projects that are proposed but not yet the subject of assessment. The light blue, I believe, is for the environmental effects assessment process, and the other blue is for projects that are subject of planning permission. The point that I want to make at the outset is that at present, as you see on the left-hand side of the screen, the current capacity of operating wind energy projects within Victoria is 4,736 megawatts, or 4.736 gigawatts. What one can readily appreciate looking at this image, if we focus on the purple projects, is that the vast majority of those projects are in southwestern Victoria. Indeed, only a few are situated to the east of Melbourne. And that, as I mentioned a moment ago, is a reflection of the relative strength of the wind resource within this part of the state and the capacity for the infrastructure to accommodate wind energy facilities. At present, the wind farm that has the greatest capacity is the Murra wind farm. And you'll see that if you look on the left-hand side of the page, the different capacities, that is the maximum power of the existing operating projects, is specified within this table. And if you look at the table, you'll see that it's the Murra wind farm that presently has the greatest capacity, and that's a capacity of 435 megawatts. And it should be understood that's a wind farm in two parts. And the point that we wish to make for present purposes is that advances in technology have allowed wind energy facilities to become far more efficient and to generate far more electricity with a fewer number of turbines. And that's how it is that a project of this scale, that is in the order of 105 turbines, can generate up to 600 megawatts of electricity, whereas existing projects of a similar scale, and Murra has just shy of 100 turbines, can only generate in the order of 435 megawatts. And so if approved and constructed, this proposal would be the proposal that, or the wind farm that would have the greatest electricity generation capacity of any within the state. There are a number of wind farms we wanted to identify for present purposes, that is existing wind farms. And the first are the wind farms that are situated in and around Portland. You'll see that they're situated at Cape Bridgewater and then to the south of Portland. Indeed, you can see them from the street here. They're described as the Cape Nelson North and Cape Nelson South wind farms. They were completed in 2008. They were subject to a panel report in 2002. They're wind farms that are operated together by Pacific Hydro, and they have a cumulative capacity of just over 155 megawatts. So again, what one sees with the development of the technology is the capacity to deliver greater quantities or greater amounts or greater capacity through the provision of a contemporary wind farm like this compared to the capacity of older wind energy facilities. You'll see members of the committee those turbines on our inspection tomorrow, I imagine. You'll certainly see them when you walk around Portland. They are of a significantly lesser height than those that are proposed here. The turbines are actually of a different height because they were constructed at different times. But for reference, the Cape Bridgewater turbines are in the order of, have a tip height of in the order of 110 metres and a hub height of in the order of 70 metres. So materially smaller turbines than those proposed here. The other observation we wish to make about these wind energy facilities is that they exist in relatively close proximity to the Discovery Bay Coastal Park. Clearly, you can see the Cape Bridgewater facility here situated a short distance to the east of the Discovery Bay Coastal Park. And indeed, the coastal park itself extends around and into around the Cape and into Discovery Bay. The other point we wish to note is that it's a little hard to see on this scale, but the Great West Southern Walk, Great South West Walk passes in close proximity to those turbines, and it's something that is relevant when one comes to assess the impact of this proposal on that particular asset, an asset which we know already passes in close proximity to established wind energy facilities. The other point that I wanted to note for present purposes is you'll see that another nearby wind farm is the Codrington Wind Farm. When that wind farm opened in 2001, it was Australia's largest wind farm. It has 18.2 megawatts of capacity. And it just shows how far in the 2 decades since the technology has come and how much greater the current capacity of contemporary turbines is to generate electricity within the network. It is also the first wind farm that has been identified for decommissioning. That is, you'll have seen that in the press in relatively recent times. The next point I wanted to make, having regard to this resource, is that at present there is only a single wind energy facility that is under construction within Victoria. And that wind energy facility is the Golden Plains Wind Farm, situated to the west of Geelong, shown here in yellow. And it's a wind energy facility with a maximum capacity of 1,333 megawatts, or 1.333 gigawatts. Now, I'd ask that the committee bear these numbers in mind, because one need appreciate the current extent of development of wind energy facility within this state relative to the commitments that have been made by the state and national governments in terms of the extent of transition that is required and the pace of transition that is required in order to achieve the relevant ambitions in respect of emissions reductions. We wanted to bring Golden Plains Wind Farm to your attention, not just because it is the only wind farm that is currently being developed within the state, but also because it is the wind farm that has turbines that are most comparable to those that are proposed here. And I don't know whether the committee's had an opportunity yet to undertake an inspection of some of these other wind farms, but for reference, it's worth noting that the turbines that are presently being constructed within that wind farm, or at least part of that wind farm, it's being delivered in stages, are turbines with a tip height of 230 metres and a hub height of 150 metres. Now, presently they're the tallest within Victoria, and what's proposed here, as I'll come to explain, are turbines of a similar height, albeit a greater height. What's proposed here is turbines with a maximum tip height of somewhere between 250 and 270 metres and a maximum hub height of 155 to 175 metres. Now, we'll come to that in due course. The next thing that's important to understand is the number of wind energy facilities that are approved but not yet operational, and they're the wind energy facilities shown in orange on this plan. And you'll see that at present there is a total of 8 wind farms with a combined total of 804 megawatts in capacity that are approved but not yet constructed. And of those wind energy facilities, I'd just like to identify and bring to your attention the Delburn Wind Farm, situated to the east of Victoria. We wanted to make note of that wind energy facility, or at least the approved facility, as being the only other wind farm proposed and approved within a plantation setting within Victoria. And as I indicated previously, we'll be taking the committee at appropriate times to the panel report for that wind farm, particularly as it concerns issues of bushfire risk and the capacity for that risk to be addressed through relevant measures. Now, I'm advised that Stockyard Hill has a capacity of 532 megawatts, which is larger than Murray, which is the one I identified, but still of a lesser capacity than what's proposed here. The balance of the wind energy facilities shown on this plan are facilities that are the subject of planning permit applications or that have been referred for assessment under the Environment Effects Act. And if we focus for present purposes on the planning permit applications, that is those that are subject to that process alone, the two that we'd like to identify for present purposes are the Mount Fines Wind Farm and the Willatook Wind Farm. And as this committee may be aware, those wind farms were the subject of relatively recent considerations by planning panels and subject of reporting that's relevant in respect of the impact of these types of proposals on a range of species, including the southern bentwing bat. Now, you see the Willatook Wind Farm is situated to the relatively short distance to the northeast of Portland, and the Mount Fines Wind Farm further to the east. Now, at an appropriate time, we'll be addressing you about the relevance of those assessments to the current application. And we'll be pointing out what in our submission are a number of important differences between those applications and this one, including differences in the nature of the infrastructure proposed, that is the height and composition of the turbines, important differences in the settings of those proposals relative to this one, and important differences in the extent of the assessment undertaken to inform the impact assessment for this project, and indeed the broader and enhanced state of knowledge in respect of the flight patterns of various species. What then remains to be considered on this page are those wind energy facilities that have been referred for assessment under the Environment Effects Act, and of course one of those is the Kentbruck Green Energy Hub. You'll see that there are a number of other proposals that are relatively large and that are subject of assessment. The Canny Wind Farm, 1.3 gigawatts, the Curio Wind Farm at 1 gigawatt, and the Star of the South Wind Farm, an offshore wind farm at 2.2 gigawatts, the Warwick-Nabil Energy Park at 1.65 gigawatts. The point we wanted to make for present purposes in respect of those applications, and they're shown in light blue, are that a number of them, including the Canny Wind Farm, the Curio Wind Farm, and the Warwick-Nabil Energy Park, are all situated within the northern part of the state. And they're all applications that have been made relatively recently, that is in or around 2023, as opposed to this application, which has been on foot since in or around 2019. And what's important to understand about those projects is that they are subject to very different constraints in terms of the capacity of the transmission network. You see, their capacity to operate at anything near the capacity contemplated by the application is dependent on the substantial enhancement of the transmission network within that part of the state. And to demonstrate that, and I'm nearly finished this exercise, I'm just going to go back to the earlier website that I had open. And what I'd like to do is allow me to do it. Sorry, it's a little bit slow. What I've done here is overlay on the screen the existing transmission network within Victoria to help explain or understand the manner in which the transmission network informs the capacity for wind energy facilities to be delivered. And what one sees extending from east, that is from the Latrobe Valley through Melbourne and through to Portland, is the 500 kilovolt transmission line that we identified earlier. And what one sees in different shades of orange are lower order transmission infrastructure, be it the 275 kilovolt lines or lower lines. And what one can readily appreciate looking at the plan is the extent to which existing facilities, that is the location of existing facilities, has been informed by the presence of transmission infrastructure capable of transmitting the electricity generated by these facilities into the major population centres. And as one zooms out, what one readily appreciates is that the transmission network in the northern and northwestern parts of the state is lacking, such that the capacity for these other projects to be brought online, let alone brought online at capacities like they are contemplating, that is over 1 gigawatt, turns upon the delivery of enhancements to the transmission network, enhancements which are currently proposed but not yet delivered. And what one sees if you click on these further layers is the proposed expansion of the network, the VNI West project, the expansion through the west and north of Victoria of a enhanced 500 kilovolt transmission component that would allow these other parts of the state, proposed for not just wind energy but solar energy, to contribute and generate electricity that can be fed into the grid. And so why is it that I've bothered to explain all this to you? It is to make the point that the location of this project in this part of the state, close to the existing 500 kilovolt transmission network, is an important factor in understanding not just why this is an appropriate and desirable location for a wind farm in terms of an operator's perspective, but why this project has the very real capacity to make an impact in the short term. It does not depend upon the delivery of other projects of a widespread nature, that is a transmission upgrade projects that are proposed within other parts of the state that are simply key in unlocking the potential of those other parts of the state to be utilised for the purposes of other facilities. The other point that we wanted to make in respect of this exercise is for the committee to have regard to the capacities, that is the existing capacity and the proposed capacities of wind energy farms or wind energy facilities within Victoria, and bear those numbers in mind when we come to address you on what the state and federal governments have identified as being necessary in order to give rise to a evolution of the national electricity market and a switch from coal-generated power to renewable sources. What one can readily appreciate is the scale of the transition that is contemplated is significant and will require a number of facilities to be brought online in a relatively short period of time, a number of facilities of this and greater scale. Now, Madam Chair, I'm mindful of the time, and it might be that this is an appropriate time to take a break. But before I do that, I'll just make the following concluding observations. The key point we're trying to make is this: not all proposed wind energy facilities are the same. That is, not all possess the same potential to contribute to renewable energy transition in a timely fashion. This project can be distinguished from a number of the other proposed projects, given that it enjoys close proximity to existing infrastructure, given that that infrastructure has capacity to accommodate a greater load of electricity, that it is close in proximity to a major consumer of electricity in the form of the smelter, and that there are very clear potentials for synergies to exist between this project and that consumer of electricity. And in our submission, these locational attributes, these benefits, are important in the context of your assessment because they point to the capacity for this project to make a contribution to the achievement of the legislated emissions reduction targets and the stated ambitions in respect of transition quicker and to a greater degree than other projects. And as we'll come to explain, it is these attributes that identify this project, unlike any other project that is proposed within this state, as being suitable for endorsement, that is endorsement in the Commonwealth Government's Capacity Investment Scheme. So, as you will have seen from the materials, a further basis upon which to distinguish this application from all of the other applications that are currently on foot within Victoria is that this application has been accepted within the Commonwealth Government's Capacity Investment Scheme. And that, as we'll come to explain, is a key plank in the Commonwealth Government's legislative program to promote transition in the energy market. And it is because of its locational attributes that the project was, in part, selected amongst the range of others to participate in that scheme. Okay, I think that's an appropriate point to break for lunch, Member Kendall. What I propose to do after lunch is to briefly conclude with a description of the project itself. Then we'll make some introductory comments in respect of the benefits of the project, focusing in particular on the types of matters we've been examining over the last half hour or so. And then we'll call Mr. Bolt to address you on those matters. So that's the plan for today.
Thank you, Mr. Chessel. Just before we break for lunch, can I confirm that the links to those online resources that you've been taking us through are embedded in one of the proponents' documents, or if not, that'll be circulated?
Yes. What we'll do is certainly provide a link to the main resource, the resource with the different wind farms shown, and we'll provide screenshots, if you like, from the other resource, which is a proprietary resource and one that's not publicly accessible. So
yes, thank
we'll
you.
have screen grabs from that one, and we'll have that is the one that was on the screen a moment ago.
Yes.
And a link to the what I call the main resource showing the different wind farms throughout.
Yes, thank you. No, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Well, we'll break now for lunch and see everybody back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Before we move into submissions, I just have a question, Mr. Chessel, about a document that's come in with a request from Mr. Turner. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that. Documents 179 and 180. And if not, I'm happy to come back to it, but I just thought I'd flag that with you and either get a response now or I'll put it on the list for the end of the day.
Are these the requests that concern the KML files and the accuracy of?
It's for the Downer, relation to the Downer report, actually.
Oh,
That's okay. I'll
perhaps
it
we'll
is
come back to
hot
that.
off the
That's
press,
okay.
so that's fine. I just thought if we could cover it off, we would, but I'm happy to come back to it. So
Thank you.
no problem. Thank you. So we'll hand directly to you to continue your submissions. Thank you.
Thank you. You recall that earlier this morning I indicated that our submissions to you today would be organised in two parts. The first part would address matters of context and the second part would address matters relevant to the benefits of the project. Before the break, I addressed two of the three matters of a contextual nature that I wanted to address. The site and its surrounds, focusing from a high level into a detailed examination of the site and its immediate surrounds. And then we made some observations about the wind energy industry more generally in Victoria. The third of the matters of context that I plan to address you on concern the project itself. And really in that regard, we rely on chapters 3 and 4 of the EES, chapter 3 being the project description, chapter 4 being a quite comprehensive account of the development and evolution of the project over time. Madam Chair, I'm mindful of the time. We have Mr. Bolt, who's here waiting patiently. What I'm minded to do this afternoon is to move to the second part of our submission. We'll certainly come back and introduce the project in due course. I wanted to move to the second part of the submission, though, concerning project benefits, and in particular, those benefits that will be derived as a consequence of the operation of the facility contributing to a transition in the energy market and a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. Matters, of course, relevant to Mr. Bolt's evidence. So what I'm proposing to do, Madam Chair, in organising this afternoon is to literally walk you through some aspects of the Part B submissions that are relevant to the evidence that you'll hear from Mr. Bolt, and then move to the evidence of Mr. Bolt, and we can come back and mop up what's left after that. But I'm very keen to make sure that we have enough time to hear the evidence of Mr. Bolt and for that to be tested appropriately. So if that's acceptable to the committee, I'll ask the committee to please turn to the Part B submission. I don't immediately know what document number that is, but let me know if you 132. Oh, 133 is the Part B submission, I believe. You have that?
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
sorry.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, if we start then on page 1 of the document, you'll see a table of contents. It's a useful place to start and explains how we've structured this document. Parts A and B are introductory. Part C addresses the task of the IAC in the way that we're structuring our case. I addressed that earlier today. And what one sees then is from Part D, we begin an analysis of the climate emergency. and at E, the need for the project. And I just want to walk you through certain aspects of Part D and E of the submission as they're relevant to the evidence of Mr. Bolt. If we start then at PDF page 7, you'll see the heading, the climate emergency. And in this part of the submission, we describe the particular challenges that are posed by climate change and its various impacts and effects. And we do so in part by reference to a decision of the Land Court of Queensland. It's a decision of Waratah Coal Proprietary Limited and Youth Verdict Limited. It's a decision that concerned a proposed coal mine in the Galilee Basin in central Queensland. And I'll commend those sections to you, but not read them to you. And that's in part because we don't propose to spend a great deal of time identifying or describing the threats posed by climate change, not because they're not important to this process. They're critically important to an assessment of a project like this. We're not going to do it, though, for two principal reasons. Firstly, because the state of scientific consensus about the nature of the threats posed by climate change and what needs to be done in order to address those effects is very strong, very clear. And secondly, because of the clear and unambiguous position of both the federal and state governments about what the nature of the response should be. That is, the responses given effect through legislation that call for, amongst other things, urgent steps to be taken to curb greenhouse gas emissions. And so the point that we really emphasise in this section of the submissions is that the threat posed by climate change is one that is well recognised, well understood and immediate. And furthermore, that those threats are recognised in legislation at both the federal and state level. And so what we do in the balance of the submission, in the next part of the submission, is describe the different levels of the legislative response to the challenge. If we start at PDF page 15, we first summarise the relevant international obligations that have been formulated in response to the risks posed by climate change. They, of course, are contained within the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. And if you can look on page 15 of the document at paragraph 38, you'll see the critical aim of the Paris Agreement as being to hold the increase in global average temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, recognising that this would significantly reduce the risks and impacts of climate change. And what one sees then in the balance of this section are the various instruments and reports that have been issued by the committees formulated pursuant to these high-level accords, and the very clear message about the need for meaningful and rapid decarbonisation across the world, including obviously within industrialised nations. At paragraph 44, you'll see a reference to the most recent report issued by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And what's striking in my submission when you read through the relevant extracts from that report is the nature of the language that is being used to convey the risks posed by climate change and the need for dramatic and immediate action. And there's some lengthy extracts that follow on the subsequent pages, but if you turn please to PDF page 19, you'll see about a third way down the page a heading Urgency of Near-Term Integrated Climate Action. Do you have that, members of the committee? What that says is this: climate change is a threat to human well-being and planetary health. There is a rapidly closing window of opportunities to secure a livable and sustainable future for all. Climate resilient development integrates adaptation and mitigation to advance sustainable development for all and is enabled by increased international cooperation, including improved access to adequate financial resources, particularly for vulnerable regions, sectors and groups, and inclusive governance and coordinated policies. The choices and actions implemented in this decade will have impacts now and for thousands of years. And then the next heading is the benefits of near-term action. Deep, rapid and sustained mitigation and accelerated implementation of adaptation actions in this decade would reduce projected losses and damage for humans and ecosystems and deliver many co-benefits, especially for air quality and health. Delayed mitigation and adaptation action would lock in high emissions infrastructure, raise risks of stranded assets and cost escalation, reduce feasibility and increase losses and damages. Near-term actions involve high upfront investments and potentially disruptive changes that can be lessened by a range of enabling policies. And that type of language, that is the call for immediate and dramatic action, is language that is clear and permeates through the entirety of the reporting that has been completed pursuant to those instruments. At PDF page 21, we've set out the federal government or the Commonwealth government's legislative responses to climate change. And we note at paragraph 46 that the key piece of legislation is the Climate Change Act of 2022. And the objects of that act are set out at paragraph 47. And you'll see that the first two of those objects are to advance an effective and progressive response to the urgent threat of climate change, drawing on the best available scientific knowledge, and to set out Australia's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets, which contribute to the global goals of holding the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels, and pursuing efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial levels. Those, of course, being the key aims and objects of the Paris Agreement that we've cited earlier. Now, at PDF page 22, we note in paragraph 49 that the relevant targets articulated by, I'll start at paragraph 48, beg your pardon, on the previous page. Section 10 of the Commonwealth Act sets out Australia's emissions reductions targets, and relevantly, by the year 2030, the first target is to reduce Australia's net greenhouse gas emissions to 43% below 2005 levels. And then by 2050, you'll see that the target is to reduce net greenhouse gas emissions to zero. Targets that reflect the urgency and scale of the appropriate response to the risks posed by climate change. Across the page at PDF page 22 and at paragraph 49, the 2030 target, so the target to be met in 5 years, has been translated into a target of 82% of energy generation in Australia coming from renewable sources by 2030. 82%. Now, to achieve that outcome, the federal government is pursuing a range of initiatives, and one that is particularly relevant for the purposes of this project is an initiative we've already touched upon, the CIS, or the Capacity Investment Scheme. And we describe that scheme and its operation at PDF page 26 from paragraph 59 onwards. And you'll see that that scheme is established under Part 4A of the Climate Change Act. And the purpose of the scheme is described in paragraph 60, or the purposes as being to deliver the legislated additional 32 gigawatt of electricity capacity by 2030, to help achieve the 82% renewable energy target by 2030, to support the growth of electricity generation and reliability as coal power stations are retired. And of course, in no state is that more prominent than in Victoria, with the planned retirement for coal-fired power generation in the Latrobe Valley. And finally, to place downward pressure on electricity prices. And across the page, you'll see we've provided a description of that scheme, and no doubt the committee is familiar with its broad terms, but for present purposes, it's worth noting that it is a scheme that operates on a tender basis, with projects selected by reference to, amongst other things, deliverability and timetable, reliability, emissions reductions, impact on electricity pricing, and First Nations and community engagement and commitments. And it's those attributes of the project that I was keen to stress before the break. That is, its capacity to be delivered in the short term, its capacity to be delivered in a reliable way, the extent of engagement with First Nations community. All these factors were factors that were taken into account in responding to the tender process, and which have been endorsed in effect by the federal government, selecting this project amongst all other wind farm projects within Victoria as being a candidate that should properly be accepted and participate in this scheme. At 62, we note that successful tenderers, like our client, enter into a contractual arrangement with the federal government, pursuant to which, amongst other things, the federal government underwrites the selected projects against an agreed revenue floor and ceiling, and the purpose of which being to provide long-term revenue certainty for the selected projects to mitigate financial risk. And the way it works is that the federal government pays the proponent of the project if the net operational revenue falls below the agreed floor, but shares the upside if the relevant upside is above the relevant ceiling. And secondly, the tenderer signs up to a range of obligations, including First Nations and community benefits packages, and the use of Australian and New Zealand supply chains and workers. And what we've done at paragraph 63 is explain how it is that those commitments are manifest in this project, that is, the particular commitments that this proponent has made, being, again, the only Victorian wind farm selected as part of the first tender round of the CIS. And those commitments are relevant to assessment of various effects that are before you. They include a commitment of $150,000 per year for the 30-year life of the project to community projects, such as sports clubs, tourism and heritage, $300,000 a year for the 30 years of the projects to neighbours of the projects, $1 million a year for the 30 years of the project towards the sponsorship of ecological studies, protection activities and species recovery projects. We'll come back to that in due course, but it's a very, very considerable sum that will deliver in our submission very considerable environmental benefits that need properly be taken into account in an assessment of the overarching environmental effects of the project. It continues across the page with specific commitments to work with First Nations people, further sums for training of school leavers. You'll recall that one of the aspects of the regional growth plan was to promote activity that would enhance the skill base of the region, and this type of initiative responds directly and positively to those sorts of ambitions. $120,000 per year for 2 years to employ a local renewable energy workforce, workforce participation goals for the balance of plant labour, and local content commitments of over $520 million of capital expenditure and over $270 million of ongoing operations and maintenance. So ensuring, again, that the very substantial capital investment in the project will be a very substantial capital investment that has local content and commitments that directly benefit the regional and state economies. Now, at PDF page 29, we have a heading of our submissions that addresses the Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO. And the role of AEMO in high-level terms is as the key regulator and manager of the national electricity market. And you'll see at paragraph 68 that we've made reference to the 2004 Integrated System Plan, the ISP. And I'd ask the committee to review this section of the Part B submission carefully. It provides a lot of relevant content. The two things, though, that I wanted to bring to your attention are contained at paragraph 70 and 71 of the submission, and later 75 and 76. So if we turn, please, to PDF page 31, And to paragraph 70, we note the following. In relation to the urgent need to transition to renewable generation, the 2024 ISP identifies that the owners of all but one of the existing coal-fired power stations have announced retirements by 2051, with half to be retired by 2035. AEMO anticipates retirements occurring faster than this, noting that only 3.5 years advance notice of the closure of a coal station is required. In relation to Victoria, as recently as 19 March of this year, Energy Australia has reconfirmed the early closure of the Yallourn coal-fired power station by 2028, so only 3 years away, as part of its commitment to net zero by 2050. Recent media has identified the issues with unplanned outages at Yallourn. These matters highlight the need for the timely connection of alternative capacity to the Victorian grid. So the first point we wish to emphasise here is the recognition by AEMO that the phased transition away from coal-fired power stations, and indeed the imminent closure of a number of coal-fired power stations, identifies the urgency in the need to promote replacement capacity within the network, that capacity to come in the form principally of renewable energy sources, which in Victoria will, again, principally be wind energy facilities, complemented by a number of solar facilities. Paragraph 75 and 76 are also matters I wanted to bring to your attention. For the step change scenario, that's a particular scenario identified by AEMO to give effect to the type of change and transition that will be called for in the market. For the step change scenario to be met, there will need be a rapid acceleration in the amount of utility scale renewable energy generation in the NEM, with the amount expected to increase sixfold between 2024 and 2050. About 6 gigawatts of additional capacity is required each year until 2030, and then over 3 gigawatts per year in the next decade. So in the context of Victoria, AEMO indicates that for Victoria alone, there will need to be 23 gigawatts of new utility scale wind and solar by 2050, including 9 gigawatts of offshore wind. And then what we say is, for comparison purposes, the project will provide a maximum of 600 megawatts of capacity. To achieve the 23 gigawatts required in Victoria, more than 38 projects with the maximum capacity of the project are required by 2050, or one or more projects with a capacity of at least 920 megawatts coming online every year. And members of the committee, you'll recall before lunch, I was at pains to take you to the existing industry within Victoria and the capacities of the operating wind farms, those that were seeking permission, those that had permission but weren't yet developed. And I'd invite you to go back when you have a moment and look at those numbers and compare those numbers with what is anticipated as being necessary in order to facilitate the transition within the national electricity market identified as being required to achieve the relevant emissions reductions that are legislated both at a state and national level. And when one undertakes that exercise, one readily appreciates the scale of the transition that is called for and contemplated under legislation and under policy. And one can also appreciate why it is those particular attributes of this project, its proximity to the transmission network, its capacity to be delivered in a relatively short term, its synergies with existing operators in the area, and that is large consumers, why those particular attributes of this project warranted it being singled out and approved or accepted as part of the CIS, and why that acceptance in that program demonstrates the bona fides or credentials of this project as being one that will form a small but important part in our submission of the broader transition that will be called for. Now, at PDF page 35, we set out and describe the legislation in effect in Victoria. And at paragraph 82, you'll see we've made reference to the Climate Change Act of 2017, and that has various functions, one of which is to legislate a long-term emissions reduction target of net zero by 2050 and requires interim emissions reductions targets to be set every 5 years from January 2021 onwards. And you'll see at C that one of the things that policy does is set an expectation that any decision by the government and any policy program or process developed or implemented by the government appropriately takes account of climate change. And what one sees over the page, at PDF page 36, at paragraph 83, is a reference to section 20, which gives effect to that last objective, that is a legislative recognition that the government will endeavour to ensure that decisions made by it appropriately taking climate change into account. 84, relevantly, we see the current Victorian emissions reduction targets. There's the 2025 target, which was 28 to 33% below 2005 levels. The 2030 target, 45 to 50% below 2005 levels. And the 2035 target, 75 to 80%, with net zero being achieved by 2045. Again, substantial, well, targets that necessarily contemplate substantial changes to, amongst other things, the electricity market being the market that has the biggest potential to give effect to emissions reductions in the short to medium term. Now, at PDF page 38, we've made reference at paragraph 91 to the Renewable Energy Jobs and Investment Act of 2017. That's a complementary piece of legislation that seeks to articulate renewable energy generation targets. And again, what you see is a stepped, progressive, legislated program for an increase in the composition of renewable energy within the market, from 25 in 2020 to 40% in 2025 to 65% by 2030 to 95% by 2035. Then at paragraph 92, we make reference to the Cheaper, Cleaner, Renewable policy publication by the Victorian government. And that publication relevantly sets out a plan as to how to achieve those legislated targets in electricity transition, that is the transition in the market. And if you look at the top of PDF page 39, you'll see that the plan anticipates the installed energy capacity in the state increasing from 20.5 gigawatts in April of last year to 33.8 gigawatts in July of 2030 and 42.2 gigawatts in July of 2035. So from 20.5 to 33.8, what is that? 13.3 gigawatts of additional capacity to be delivered by 2030. And again, one can readily understand how a facility of this scale, 600 megawatts, will form a part, but only a relatively small part, of a far broader rollout of facilities across the state if we're to get anywhere near achieving the targets that have been set by the government. As we say at paragraph 93, it's more than a doubling of existing capacity in the next 10 years. By far the largest grid scale contributor by 2030 and 2035 is expected to be onshore wind. That is 9.1 gigawatts in 2030 and 9.7 gigawatts in 2035. Again, bear the figures that we saw in mind. That is the capacity of the existing capacity of around 4 megawatts, the under construction capacity of 1.33 gigawatts in the Golden Plain wind farm. We are massively below the capacities that are identified by this state as being necessary in order to achieve the transition that's called for under legislation. And what follows in this section, and again, I encourage you to read it in light of the materials that we looked at before lunch, is a description of the type the extent of the capacity enhancement that will be called for over time. And at paragraph 94, we note that the first pillar of the plan is enabling the renewable big build, which indicates that there is a need for 5.4 gigawatts of new onshore wind generation by 2035. That's equivalent of 9 facilities the size of the project connecting to the grid within the next 10 years. The 2035 energy capacity figure assumes an amount of grid scale solar, 2 gigawatts, and offshore wind, 4 gigawatts also being provided. So onshore wind is but one component, a very substantial component of what will be a broader reformulation of the electricity industry in this state. And again, in the next 5 years to 10 years, in the short to medium term is what's contemplated as the appropriate timeframe. I just want to touch on one final aspect of the legislative context before we call Mr. Bulk to give evidence. And that aspect is a recent change that's been introduced into the Planning and Environment Act, and which of course is relevant to the assessment of the draft planning scheme amendment that's before you. And that's set out at PDF page 43. What we describe here are the recent amendments to the Act, recent amendments that have specifically revised the objectives of planning and the matters that must be taken into account in an assessment of a planning scheme amendment, particularly as they concern climate change. And you'll see at paragraph 108, we've made reference to section 4, subsection 2, subsection DA being the newly introduced provision within the Planning Act. And that section identifies that an objective of the planning framework in this state is to provide for explicit consideration of the policies and obligations of the state relating to climate change, including but not limited to greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets and the need to increase resilience to climate change when decisions are made about the use and development of land. So pausing there, Madam Chair and members of the committee, what the Act now does explicitly is call for, in decision-making processes such as this one, not just to the policies and obligations of the state as they relate to climate change, but also to the greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets that have been established in respect of the state, those targets that we took you to formulated under the Climate Change Act. And the reason why we want to emphasise this and why we've walked through the different legislative instruments at an international, national and state level is that in order to have explicit consideration of those targets, one must understand the type of change that is inherently or necessarily contemplated in the energy market in order to achieve the relevant targets. And that change is profound, and it is a change that will necessarily involve many, many, many projects of this scale being developed in the short to medium term within Victoria. That in turn gives rise to considerations and the impetus for an enhancement of the transmission network to effectively unlock the capacity of other parts of the state in the way that I described before lunch. But again, what it points to is where you have a project like this that has the capacity to make a meaningful contribution in the short term, that capacity gives rise to a public benefit that is substantial and marked and that must properly be taken into account by you in the balancing of benefits and disbenefits that necessarily arise from projects of this type. The other change is a change that we identify at paragraph 109. That's a modification to section 12. Section 12 is that part of the Planning Act that identifies the duties and powers of planning authorities. And as you'll no doubt be aware, that section identifies matters that must be taken into account and that may be taken into account by a planning authority. And one of the matters that must be taken into account by a planning authority is the significant effects which an amendment to a scheme would have on the environment, or which it considers the environment might have on the use or development, amongst other things. And what you see now is a new section 2 capital A. And the new section 2 capital A says this: without limiting subsection 2, in preparing a planning scheme or amendment, a planning authority, in accordance with and subject to any directions issued under section 12 capital A, must have regard to, firstly, emissions reductions targets, and secondly, any significant risk to any use or development envisaged by the scheme or amendment that arises from or is likely to arise from the impacts of climate change. But what we see again is a very deliberate, very clear amendment to the Act that specifically calls for decision makers, and indeed those providing advice to decision makers, to have regard to emissions reduction targets. And what does it mean to have regard to emissions reductions targets in this context? In our submission, it necessarily means that the committee must have regard to the types of changes that will be required in order to achieve those targets, and what that will necessarily mean in respect of the prevalence of these types of projects throughout Victoria, and the particular benefits that will be derived from a project like this that can contribute to the achievement of those reductions in the short to medium term. Okay, Madam Chair, that really concludes the sort of relatively quick walk through the legislative frameworks I wanted to undertake before we call the evidence of Mr. Bolt. Mr. Wright will be leading that evidence, but I just thought it'd be appropriate time for. Of course.
Look, it's just really just a question of further information that I was going to put to Mr. Bolton. I will still do that, but I thought it's worth raising it with you. It's about the capacity investment scheme and how that assessment process might feed into this process. And elements of that would be what factors were considered, and you touched on half a dozen or so.
Yes.
And I'm guessing there's a regulatory or legislative process, but I'm just not familiar with it. So
yeah,
that's the first part of it. And the second part is, so apart from what factors were considered, was there any public involvement or community participation? And thirdly, I suppose, is that assessment documented anywhere? So as I said, the context for all of that is, are there any elements of that process that are relevant to what we're doing?
Yeah, what I will do, I think, is answer the question at a high level now and perhaps prepare a more detailed response in due course. But at a high level, we say that the two processes interact in different ways. One of the ways that they interact is the contractual commitments that my client has made in respect of the various contributions that I walked through a moment ago are all commitments that are relevant to various aspects of your assessment. So they directly relate to one another in that regard. In terms of the relevant criteria that informed the consideration of the tender processes, there is public information available about the types of things that the Commonwealth considered in determining and assessing applicants under the first tender round. And we can furnish you with that in due course. And a number of those factors we've touched upon at a high level. That is the capacity to deliver reliable energy in the relatively short term, consistent with the delivery of the type of transformation that's contemplated under the market. But we'll come back to you with a more detailed breakdown of the different types of considerations, because really what those considerations point to in my submission are the credentials of this project as being one that can deliver a meaningful public benefit in the short to medium term, which of course is something that's relevant to your assessment of the planning scheme amendment and other aspects of the material before you. So we say they're indirectly related in that sense. That is, the things that resulted in this project being successful under the tender are factors that are relevant to aspects of your assessment of the environmental effects. So we'll look for some further material I can put before you in that regard. I don't know the answer to the question of whether there was a public process. I don't believe there was, but I'll come back to you to confirm that that's the case.
And of course, the third element was, is there any public record of that assessment process?
Yes, I'll come back to you on that.
Thank you. Mr. Cheslin, doing that further work, could you look at actually mapping out those interrelationships quite clearly for us, either in a table or some other form to help us?
Yes, we can describe them. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. And you were about to move to Mr. Bolt now, is that correct?
Yes,
Yep.
that's correct.
Before you do, could I just confirm that we don't have any parties wishing to ask questions of cross-examination? I'm just, given it's day one, I'll take the opportunity to prompt people knowing that they need to be present for all of the evidence if they are intending to. I don't think we have any requests. Deeqa, haven't? No, thank you. So we'll assume that we'll have some questions from the IAC, but not from other parties for Mr. Bolt. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. If I can ask Mr. Bolt to come up to the witness table. And while Mr. Bolt is doing so, committee members, you'll find Mr. Bolt's statement is table document
Thank you. Welcome.
55. Sorry. All right, Mr. Bolt, are you ready to commence?
I am just about. Sorry to be so technology rich, but it's the best way to do this. Yep, I'm ready.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bolt. If you could first please provide your full name to the committee.
Richard Bolt.
And what's your position and place of work at this time?
Well, various. I'm chair of Hydro Tasmania. I'm a member of the Climate Change Authority. I'm a director of my own consulting company, Richard Bolt Consulting. And I also have a role as the independent chair of a Japanese Victorian task force looking to commercialise a clean hydrogen supply chain.
I'm going to ask you in a moment to come to some more detail about your CV, but in what capacity have you prepared evidence for this?
As the director, of Richard Bolt Consulting.
Thank you. And are you the primary author of a statement of evidence that dated to May 2025?
I am.
Before I go any further, are there any corrections you would like made to that statement?
No.
All right. And do we find in that statement at Appendix B a curriculum vitae for you?
Yes.
And can I ask you, please, just to take a few moments to take the committee through what you would consider to be your relevant expertise and any qualifications as they apply to this project?
Yes. My relevant expertise is that I have been, well, first of all, started life as a power systems engineer, vocationally speaking. Did not pursue that for long, but gained enough knowledge to then inform a long career in public service, in which I have had oversight of the energy portfolio in Victoria, firstly as in a role that was the head of energy, but then also as the head of various government departments, or two government departments that had oversight of that portfolio. And in that time did a great deal of work to establish the current national framework for overseeing the electricity industry. Did a lot of work on carbon policy particularly, and what that would mean for example, the design of an emissions trading scheme. I was the deputy chair of a state territory task force that did the first comprehensive design of such a scheme. Fast forward to my exit from public service, I then joined the Net Zero Australia project, which was the first and still, I think, the most comprehensive granular study of what it would take to transition the entire economy to a net zero emissions result. And am still on that task force on that steering committee in a pro bono capacity, overseeing the second phase of its work. I think the other things that are relevant to my expertise is the work I now do as chair of Hydro Tasmania and on the Climate Change Authority, which gives me a variety of perspectives on how the energy transition can be managed in a way that synchronises with the climate change obligations on the one hand, and with the realities of attracting investment and securing supply and reliability on the other hand. So I hope that's sufficient to
It is, thank you.
Outline it.
And to the extent that your statement contains facts, are those facts true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
They are.
And to the extent it contains opinions, are those opinions reasonably held by you?
Yes,
And do you adopt that written statement for purposes of your evidence in this proceeding?
I do.
All right, Mr. Bolt, I'm going to hand over to you and just ask you to walk the committee through what you consider to be the salient parts of your evidence statement for their benefit. I may interrupt as we go along, but try not to.
Yes, I'd certainly appreciate any guidance as to whether I should speed up or elaborate or slow down and elaborate. Look, what I wanted to do, pursuant to that invitation to the members of the committee, is to step through particularly my summary statement in which is part 2, and that in order to just frame the arguments, I will not go at this stage unless you ask me to the more detailed expositions that lie behind that further on, but obviously I can should you wish me to. And so I framed this submission to answer the question, can the state's medium-term climate change goals and its associated renewable energy targets be met without this project proceeding? And indeed, taking the longer term, and I think the more important view, is can the state's long-term goal of net zero emissions by 2045, which I should say parenthetically are couched, of course, in a national target pursuant to international obligations, can that net zero target by 2045 be achieved with a suite of renewable energy developments that have all have more favourable economic, social and environmental impacts than the project? And the reason I framed it that way was simply because some of the submissions to this committee purport to support wind power, but on the other hand also ask that this project not proceed and that indeed the necessary wind capacity is developed elsewhere. The conclusion that I've drawn at the very in the more summary sense is that the state's interim climate change and renewable energy goals, and particularly the renewable energy goals, would become more challenging to achieve, and that the net zero goal is unlikely to be achieved with more favourable economic, social and environmental impacts. And perhaps if I can step through a number of assertions that lead me to that point. And so I'm particularly looking at paragraph 16, if that's helpful to you. And again, if repeating what you can already read is not what you'd prefer me to do, I'd be very happy to take that guidance. So let's go to the first point, which, and some of this, of course, is already been covered by Mr. Chessel, but it's germane to my submission, so I'll repeat it. Firstly, the first point to make is that climate change is driving unprecedented action to substantially reduce carbon emissions through ambitious targets, not only in Australia, but overseas. And all of that is in pursuit of a Paris Agreement obligation or commitment that we have made along with a large swathe of the world community to seek to hold world temperature rises to below 2 degrees Celsius and to pursue a rise that is no more than 1.5 degrees. And all of that, and in pursuit of that, each of the signatories to the Paris Agreement required to to declare nationally determined contributions. And as a developed country, Australia has a particular obligation, an additional obligation, to take the lead in doing so through economy-wide absolute emission reduction targets. You've heard Mr. Chessel outline what targets that has been translated to. And I'll just summarise those, but not elaborate on them. 2030 target for the country of 43% reductions from 2005, net zero by 2050, an associated target of an 82% share of renewable power. And I'll come to the reason why emissions targets translate to a renewable power share of that ambition. And there are other targets, but at the risk of throwing too many numbers around, I'll overlook those. Victoria has in its own turn, and obviously this is happening under Victorian law, has legislated its own emissions targets, its own renewable share targets, and they are generally more ambitious than the national ones, with the one exception being the renewable electricity target of by 2030 of 65%, but that is still a handsomely ambitious target. And the 2035 target for the state of 95% by 2035 is particularly ambitious because it's predicated on the complete closure of the coal industry over the next 10 years. So of the 4 major power stations that have been built progressively through the most recent expansion phase of power generation in the state, all of 3 of those would close. The remaining 3 would close by 2035. And the only reason we'd be at 95% is there'd be a small amount of gas used in peaking generation to support renewables. That's the basis of that plan. This is an unprecedented redevelopment of, or this represents an unprecedented redevelopment of what we all understand to be an essential input to the modern economy, the modern functioning of society, without wanting to sound too grandiose. It's never been attempted before as a policy response to take an entire sector, which is an economic foundation, and transition in this way. So I can move on to the next point I wanted to make. Going from the ambition, we go to the question of the electricity sector. What role can it play? And the conclusion that I draw there, and it's by no means a novel one, is that the electricity sector can achieve larger, faster and cheaper abatements than other sectors, with firmed wind and solar power in particular. This is crucial because there are many sectors that are emitting in our economy. But in Australia, the electricity sector is a particularly large contributor, and it has more options more quickly through the aforementioned wind and solar, firmed appropriately by means I'll come to make early and more economically affordable gains than other sectors. And those other sectors that I refer to include energy-intensive industries, for which often the technologies are not yet near commercial. They're often at pilot stage, not commercial scale. Transport, which in part, of course, depends upon a large renewable electricity build. And so decarbonising the power sector gives you more emissions reduction for the money you spend than transport does. But in the long run, transport will also be largely electrified. But it's generally seen to be a longer term goal that would be more likely achieved through the 30s and 40s than as quickly as power can decarbonise. Then there's buildings, where there's an awful lot that can be done with electrification. Again, it's going to require a low emissions electricity supply as a precondition for that to work. And it also requires a very large changing out or rebuilding of the appliances and the heating and cooling systems of buildings, which is not a small task and is generally seen to be one that would take longer. It's feasible, would be the general view of those who look at this, but it's certainly a longer term task. There's also land clearing. The land sector is another very important emitting sector. What I mean there is emissions that are the result of land clearing, carbon capture that's a result of plantations, vegetation, and also emissions that are the result of ruminant animals, essentially cattle particularly. There is
there's a lot of has already been done to reduce Australia's emissions through the reduction of land clearing. In fact, that is the major means by which we've achieved the reductions to date. But it's now seen to be we're entering a more onerous task in making further gains, though there are still gains to be made in all of those areas. What would generally be the conclusion of most analysts is that it will take that there's a significant competition for land. There's other limitations, which means that we will not get the same level or the rate of gain out of that sector as we have had to date. And when you look at the land sector in total and include the methane emissions from ruminant animals, that is a particularly intractable problem for which there are technical solutions, but there are great limits of practicality. So what I'm trying to get to is the idea that we could maintain a substantial residual emissions from electricity and offset that through measures in the land sector, to me, is not plausible, and that's a view that is supported by analysis that I have been party to, though I have not done myself. So that leads us to, if the electricity sector is the main answer, then what particularly is the electricity sector going to do? Well, crucially, it must close baseload coal-fired power stations or reduce their output to near zero. And to do that on today's technologies at the most affordable cost is definitely a case of bringing in large-scale wind power, rooftop solar, large-scale solar, batteries, transmission lines, gas-fired peaking plants to provide that residual security that otherwise would be difficult to achieve, various other associated supporting technologies. There's the prospect of offshore wind playing a significant role, particularly in Victoria. And all of those are generally part of the mix. In the case of Victoria, the most prospective large-scale resource that's available in this state is its large-scale wind power, and particularly onshore. Offshore, there is also a very large resource in the Bass Strait, but it will take longer to realise. It will be more expensive to mobilise. It certainly should be pursued, but it is not over the next 10 years likely to be a large offset to what can be provided by the onshore wind sector. There is, it's probably worth saying that, of course, those additional firming services I mentioned, the need for transmission in some cases, not so much in this case, of course. This is one of the great advantages of this project. It does not require a major transmission upgrade, but others will. That is an additional cost. So is the cost of other firming technologies. But the analyses I'm aware of and have been associated with would all suggest that, notwithstanding that there are those on costs, it is still the cheapest way to proceed. And that is the reason why there is this translation of emissions targets into quite ambitious renewable energy targets. I could step through the nuclear power debate, which I do address in this submission, which of course has been often put forward or has by more latterly put forward as a way of avoiding a substantial renewable energy build. Well, perhaps I will just briefly summarise that. Even though we have had an election where that was an issue and the government that came to office is in no way inclined to pursue that path, and that's not a political statement, but it does simply mean that it's certainly a lot further away, whatever one thinks of the option, because of the lack of political will to pursue it. Even if that had not happened, and even if it was still somewhat on the table, I would suggest that the cost, the very long lead times, the fact that we have no regulatory regime even in place and we have state and national bans, means that it is an option that I would suggest ought to be considered as a long-run backstop to any profound difficulty or significant difficulty that is ultimately encountered in getting all the way to net zero. But it's not an option that appears to be realistic to rely upon for the foreseeable future.
Mr. Bolt, it might just be convenient now to ask you if you're aware of any other emergent technologies that might take the place of wind or solar in the near term.
No, I've really canvassed all of them. The period of considering, there's been a long there's been decades of thinking about how would you make an energy system sustainable, not only with regard to carbon emissions, but also with regard to simply using renewable resources rather than depletable resources such as fossil fuels. In that period, we've seen a great deal of focus on tidal power, on wave power, and certainly on geothermal sources. And in general, what we have found is that that scalable resources that are of a reasonable cost, those options have generally narrowed down to wind and solar. So we could talk about fusion power, we can talk about other forms of power that may in the very, very long run prove themselves. Most of those are taking, or all of those that I'm aware of, are taking a very long time to make any headway at all. So for practical purposes, these are our options. I'm just testing to see that members are happy with the pace of this. I'm happy to continue. The next point I wanted to make is that if the project is not approved, it's certainly my opinion that the risk that both the international and state targets will not be met grows significantly. I'd caveat that with, as I've done in the submission, with the uncertainty that inevitably surrounds any projections of what will ultimately get us to those targets by way of an energy mix. But with all of that being said, the best estimate of what we need by 2030 to reach the targets, the national and state targets that are extant, means that without the project that you're considering, there just is not enough in the pipeline to reach that goal. That's not so obviously true for 2035. There are more projects in the pipeline that if everything went right, could possibly exceed the target by 2035. But for reasons I set out in my submission, there are many constraints on those projects and many interdependencies they have with other developments, which will make that inevitably that pipeline will not be achieved to the same as. Sorry, I'm not making this very clear. It will be more difficult to implement that pipeline as it's now laid out by the time we get to 2035. There are major transmission upgrades that are needed for some of those to work. In the case of offshore wind, which is also part of the pipeline that influences how much onshore wind we're going to need, there are significant constraints of costs and the need for very large subsidies that have yet to be budgeted or allocated, and would probably come from the federal government. But that is, and which may still happen, but it's still going to be a very large expense on current estimates that will make it particularly problematic to achieve those targets. Plus, in the case of offshore wind, there's a very large new industry to establish. There is a port to be procured for construction vessels to transit to and from. And at this point, that has not yet been identified, that port. There's in fact been a refusal, an initial environmental refusal for the use of the Port of Hastings for that reason. As far as I'm aware, there are certain negotiations continuing to make that port available again for that purpose, but there is no finality to that decision. So for reasons that I won't fully elaborate, that I've set out in this submission, you can expect substantial attrition of the current pipeline by the time 2035 rolls around. On top of which, I would point to you to many potential drivers, if you like, or influences over the need to in fact raise the amount of renewable energy from current targets by 2035. And they include the potential for earlier closures or partial failures of existing coal-fired power stations, which are aging, some of which are aging substantially in relatively poor condition where that risk is real. There's also the potential, and obviously one can debate this to a degree, but that the world community becomes more determined to in fact accelerate the pace of change towards lower emissions based upon increasing manifestations of climate change. And that in Australia's case would certainly potentially even double some of the estimates in rough terms of how much wind capacity would be required in this state. from what is currently projected for that year. And there's also the very strong prospect of a significant shift of what you might call parts of the global supply chain of minerals and chemicals and even data centres to Australia because of its very substantial renewable resources. And if that were to happen, that would add to the demand for renewable power and could be an important underpinning of Australia maintaining its economic advantages through this transition to clean
Mr. Bolt,
resources.
can you just explain in respect to that last point, why would that be? Is that related to the energy requirements for those industries or other matters?
The basic reason would be that clean mineral processing, clean chemical production, and even data centres themselves are generally going to have to be supplied either by electricity or by a hydrogen or a hydrogen derivative made from electricity. And in both cases, the ability to export electricity or hydrogen is proving particularly costly and problematic. What it will tend to mean is that once upon a time, or even now, substantially, you see gas and coal being traded around the world along with our ores. So we will be, in fact, exporting iron ore and coal and gas, and they can be combined into iron and steel overseas. That will become increasingly uneconomic compared to, in fact, processing the iron ore where it is, in fact, dug up with energy sources that are proximate to it. And Australia, with its enormous energy endowment, has the ability to do that in ways that are almost unique in the world terms. We have a conjunction of mineral resources and of energy resources that almost no other country can claim. That's the reason. So you would expect to see some relocation of industries, particularly at the front end of the mineral processing chain, and particularly for iron ore, because that is by far the largest potential consumer of renewable energy in its processing to Australia. That's something that I know that some of our trading partners are beginning to grapple with as a potential guide to their own investment decisions into the future. So just to pick up that train of logic, therefore, when you take all of those factors into account, and I should acknowledge, not just in passing, that it's also theoretically possible that the push for decarbonisation will fall. We can all anticipate how that could occur. It just doesn't seem very plausible as evidence of climate change emerges. People will point, and it's appropriate to do that, to the second Trump presidency and say, well, here's an example of the world perhaps backtracking on its commitments. I think the general view would be that in many cases, the individual states, particular states in the US, will to an extent compensate for some of the changes that will be brought about by the second Trump presidency, but also that it is very likely that will be reversed in future years, as again international pressure and domestic pressures and politics play into a restoration of the trajectory towards reducing emissions. And I should also make the point that the US has already undertaken a very large reduction in its emissions over the last 10 to 15 years, larger in fact than Australia, through the deployment of gas and through the deployment of renewable power. Where this all leads me, and my advice to you, is that notwithstanding that there are many different scenarios and assumptions that you could bring to the question of just how urgent and important is it to authorise any particular wind farm to proceed, that it would be very prudent to be very proactive and to accelerate that as far as wind farm projects as quickly as possible through the approvals process, to ensure that we are well placed to meet rising expectations, because the failure to do that would be a lot more costly, in my opinion, than simply, in a sense, meeting lower expectations, in the sense that you can always dial down the rate of a transition, if changing expectations lead you to that point, much more difficult to make up lost ground if the reverse occurs and one needs to accelerate the vehicle, so to speak. It's very much harder to do that.
Mr. Bott, are you saying that specifically by reference to emissions reductions targets or more broadly?
But emissions reductions targets, and particularly as they translate to, again, the imperative, the heavy lifting that needs to be done by the renewable energy sector to reach them. It's a version of a bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush, and which is not to suggest to the committee that you would or should take lightly the environmental and other matters that you're preoccupied with. It is simply to say, and I'm leaping perhaps ahead to the conclusion here, that my strong advice to you would be that we've gotten to the point with the transition, with all of the challenges of it and the risks of not achieving it, that it's more important to find out how to make a good project work than to than to in fact delay it, reduce it substantially, or not approve it at all. That's the point I think we're coming to, because we are in a situation where this is one of an enormous number of projects that will together constitute a transition, and it is very difficult to see that by taking this project out of the mix, that the environmental consequences would in any way be improved. More likely, they would be either neutral or worse as a result of not having good projects proceed early in the transition, such as this one. That is, of course, leaping ahead a little to a conclusion, but I did want to make the point, or repeat the point that I have made in my submission, that from my perspective, Neoen is an experienced wind farm developer. And again, without denying the importance of you being entirely satisfied with the quality of the project, my perception is that the great complexity of finding a wind project that optimises wind speed, location, visual impact, biodiversity, community impacts, and does so with the sorts of measures that not only address impacts through locations and heights of turbines, undergrounding of power lines selectively, whatever is the various things that are being done, but also by compensating communities appropriately. And in the case of this project, with some very useful precedents, the complexities of all of those means that a good project is worth a great deal. And my perception is that this is such a project. It's dealt with those complexities in a way that offer a low economic cost, that seem to have taken a great deal of effort to mitigate impacts, noting, of course, that you will apply your expertise in the weight of people more expert in some aspects of this than me to the specific remedies that Neoen has offered. Now, I've already dealt with the next point, which is that refusing approval would have a neutral negative impact as other equivalent or less acceptable projects are developed instead. But I will just repeat a point that, to an extent, Mr. Chessel's already alluded to, that it's not like there is an option here that under the targets that are available, that by denying a project, there is no need to find any alternative. There will be a need to replace whatever capacity is lost elsewhere. And I find it difficult to conceive of that being, in net terms, a better result. There'll be greater emissions for longer. There'll be other projects that undoubtedly will be more marginal in quite substantial respects that would, at the other end of the transition, have to be brought into development. And so, if the any project that is clear has solid foundations in the way it's been planned and developed, would seem to me to be a likely good, or had to have a net positive impact. And so it does lead me to the conclusion I mentioned earlier, which is that I would suggest that the important task here is to seek to make the project work. And that, I think, would be sufficient. I apologise for some of the hesitation there. I hope that's been useful, and I'm interested in the any conversation, questions you may wish to direct my way.
Thank you, Mr. Bolt. Before I move to where I'm going to ask you to address another matter in detail,
Please do.
in section 4 of your statement, you elaborate on the matters that you've just taken us through in section 2.
Yes.
Was there anything in section 4 that you wanted to draw to the committee's attention?
Look, one thing I would point to is that to give a numeric, to quantify the point I made earlier, that it may be that the task that is currently in plans of the Australian Energy Market Operator that are embedded in the Commonwealth the Capacity Investment Scheme may only be a partial pathway to a net zero result. Would be the Net Zero Australia results that came from the first modelling exercise. And I say this not to promote something I've been involved in. I have no pecuniary interest in the Net Zero Australia project. It was done as a public good. But it was, it's the one study which has looked at a whole of economy transition thoroughly. It is more akin to the Australian Energy Market Operator's green exports in fact, what's the name of that? The Green Export Superpower scenario, in saying that we may end up needing much more renewable capacity, including from onshore wind, than even the very exacting targets that we have been talking about so far. And it only goes to the point that as much as can be done to accelerate what has been a slowing transition at a crucial time should be done. That's, I guess, the main thing I want to draw out. The rest, I'm very happy to take any questions on. There's a more elaborated analysis, for example, on the nuclear power question, though I think that may be seen in the current circumstance as a distraction. So I'll leave it there rather than just keep talking. I'll just see what the committee wishes to pursue.
Mr. Bolt, there's 2 matters I want to take you to. If I could take you, please, to page 25 of your statement.
Sure.
And can I please, this is the section where you address review of submissions to the committee. Could I just please ask you to take a few moments or minutes or so just to walk the committee through any of the matters thematically and submissions that you think it's worthy of responding to?
So let's go one by one. The location proposed is not suitable. So this is the table 4 you're talking about. The location is not suitable given its impact. Should be placed somewhere else. It's only fair that other regions contribute. We've done our part. But I think to in a sense recapitulate what I've said there, but possibly add something to it. Victoria does not have endless opportunities or as many opportunities to relocate good projects as that statement would suggest. It is the case that the resources that are available for renewable energy production are somewhat regionalised. The north of the state is good for solar. The south of the state is generally good for wind, but not everywhere. It's coastal areas, it's ridge lines, it's various other features. And so there's necessarily going to be some locational biases that will come out of a renewable energy transition, just as there is for a coal sector. We only put coal fields where there is coal, to state the obvious. And as far as that we've done our part is concerned, I do feel for communities to the extent that there is not an adequate benefit sharing with them that is made available from developments such as this. This project seems to me to have been developed very much with that principle in mind, that what should be left behind for the community is a net gain and not simply a perceived burden of some of what they have to look at. I think that, in fact, there's a growing, amongst the best projects and in the best jurisdictions, there is a growing awareness of the importance of engagement, of the sharing of benefits to landowners, to communities, so that, in fact, what you end up with is, for example, farmers who are capable of getting some stabilisation of their income, people who have to look at things, getting some compensation for that, infrastructure upgrades where that is both needed for the development and would leave a lasting benefit for the community. that perhaps deals with that one. I'll be quicker with the others. Number 2, the project provides few local energy or monetary benefits. There I'd say the monetary benefits, I think, are being pursued. I think there will be some local jobs from which businesses will benefit. I think there have been submissions to that effect. And as far as the local energy benefit is concerned, this is part of a project to, in a sense, rebase our energy system. The entire state will benefit, including the local area, and secure low emission system. The wind farms, the third point is that wind farms are unreliable and intermittent. If all we ever did was replace coal with wind farms, that would be a fair criticism, but that's not the plan. The plan is to, in fact, complement wind farms with all of the firming technologies I mentioned earlier. The idea that they're not economical because they require subsidies, they are, as I said earlier, on all well-founded modelling that I'm aware of, they are the most economical option available in combination with the other technologies that together constitute a full transition. So that includes the ones I mentioned earlier: solar power at large scale on roofs, transmission, battery storage, long duration storage, gas-fired peaking. It's a very long list, but the alternatives are more expensive or are simply not feasible in the timeframes. Or in fact, in the case of nuclear power, both. On the purported benefits of the environment, wind farms have a large carbon footprint due to the material inputs. Yes, I did deal with that in the submission. It is the case that if you build something out of steel and other inputs, particularly steel, that are produced with today's energy system, there'll be embodied carbon, so to speak, in that steel, in those facilities. But as we progressively decarbonise the energy system, and a wind farm such as this will assist us to do that, then that footprint will progress, or that embodied carbon will progressively reduce as further developments occur. It's a necessary and unavoidable aspect of making a transition, that there needs to be, you need to use materials produced with high emissions in order to save emissions in future. But in general, but overall, there's a very clear benefit in terms of avoided carbon in moving towards renewable electricity, even with wind farms produced in this way. The idea that in item 6 that Neowind should build something else like a hydro dam, solar or hydrogen-fired gas turbines. Well, look, hydro dams in Victoria are simply not on the table. This is not a policy of the state. It's very difficult to do it in Victoria. It doesn't have a great resource for that. There are some hydro dams that's a quite small contributor to the state's energy supply. Solar is certainly going to be a complement, but on its own as a complete alternative, because that is such a very different generation pattern, it is generally optimal. It is definitely optimal to have a mix of wind and solar. So that's what this is. It's not a case of saying one or the other. It's in fact an optimization exercise between the two. Hydrogen-fired gas turbines, look, at the moment, you couldn't make, in fact, you'd have to make the hydrogen with wind and solar. So in a sense, you'd need more wind and more solar to make hydrogen to fire a gas turbine. There may ultimately be a need to do that to firm solar and wind energy, but it certainly is not a bulk energy option. It would be a hideously expensive, extremely inefficient way to produce bulk energy compared to wind and solar being used directly, which is the purpose of this wind farm in particular at this stage. As for traffic impacts, which is item 6, look, while others are better able to opine on that, the traffic impacts in this particular case are obviously going to be an issue during the construction period. I don't think with a single wind farm that based on my experience in looking at the planning of much more ambitious developments involving an entire renewable energy zone where you have something like 7 major wind farms and 4 solar farms and a major transmission line, which is the Central West Orana Renewable Energy Zone in New South Wales, where there is a very large transport upgrade program being put together to ensure that those are manageable impacts. By comparison to that, this is a very manageable project. So I would say, without wanting to present as an expert on this, having run a transport portfolio and been involved in the planning of that particular res, I would have thought there are solutions to that problem that are readily deployable.
I think you've addressed the next theme already.
I think all the rest of them, I don't think I've done 8 particularly, but it doesn't really matter. I think that I'm happy to stop there.
Conscious of time, so I'll just ask you the final question, which was if you've had an opportunity to review the statement of evidence that was filed by Mr. Aidan Morrison on behalf of Save Our Surroundings. For the committee's benefit, it's table document 100.
Yes.
If I'm getting that number right.
I'll just, I have had a chance to review it. I've made some notes myself on it.
Could I just ask you to provide any commentary you thought necessary or appropriate to do so in response to that statement?
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Look, Mr. Morrison's arguments, as I summarise them, fall into 3 categories: that electricity system reliability and security will be reduced because wind power is not dispatchable. In other words, you can't turn it on exactly when you want it. And it supplies power to the grid through inverters. It's a specific technological point. And so there are particular power system services that it cannot provide. That's one point he made. The next one was that the power system plans of the Australian Energy Market Operator are not adequate to compensate for the loss of reliability and security that comes from renewable transition by ensuring that the complementary plant that I've mentioned several times are installed in time. And the fourth point is that electricity prices will rise because wind power requires user-funded subsidies to bridge the gap between costs and the revenues to be gained by wind power developments, and also because of the additional costs of firming. Now, some of those points I've already addressed. Perhaps the most significant thing I would say is that there is an underlying, there's a few assumptions that I think need to be clarified, which I think invalidates those concerns. One of those is that while it is entirely true that the deployment of wind and solar power, as I've said before, does need to be complemented by firming assets and by service, and that would include, of course, in part this project. That is going to be the product of an entire system transformation involving multiple developments under the guidance of governments and their agencies. It's not either necessary, possible, or efficient for any one project to provide a complete answer to all of those needs. Neowind is one developer amongst many. This project is one project amongst many. The task of ensuring that a coherent whole comes from this is a task, as I said before, to be met by multiple developers, overseen by governments and their planners and agents in the energy system. There's certainly significant challenges in producing a coherent supply out of all of that I don't dispute at all. But I do not share Mr. Morrison's pessimism that there are emergent signs of failure. Certainly, if governments decide now that they're not going to make a single further adaptation to the experience of raising the renewable share, as we've been doing progressively, undoubtedly problems would arise. But governments are not simply sitting there, nor are agencies in this field, assuming that no further challenges will need to be met. And I'm quite familiar with that because I deal with them frequently. I think there's an ongoing exercise in planning and analysing risk, considering what more would need to be done. Without wishing to suggest there'll be no hiccups or difficulties on the way, and you can't do a transition like this without things at some stages going wrong, I'm very certain that it will be managed assiduously and that there are solutions to the problems that will emerge, and that the level of focus that's being put on this at the moment, to my mind, ought to result in a manageable transition without suggesting that in all respects it will be perfect. I certainly do not share the pessimism, the implied pessimism that it is certain to become problematically damaging. On the point about energy prices, I can only just repeat really that there is certainly going to be significant cost, net cost in this transition, but there will be a cost in any transition from here. We have an aging coal-fired fleet. We don't have the option of replacing that like for like. The time does not permit that, nor does policy. And even if that was the requirement or the plan, there's no doubt that that would be a very expensive transition in its own right. And so if you look at the net cost of going to a new form of supply compared to what is effectively almost an impossible counterfactual of continuing on our current course, then we don't really know that the transition itself in net terms will be more expensive. To the extent that it is, it'll be a pretty small share of the economy and a fairly modest impact on growth and on the costs that have to be borne by some combination of consumers and taxpayers. The really critical point I would make is that his criticism is directed towards affordability. And will this make energy difficult to afford? And that's a particular focus, as best I can understand it, on low-income consumers and those less able to pay. Very valid concern. And governments are clearly showing that they're prepared to provide relief through regulation, through other forms of support, through direct bill rebates to ensure that consumers can continue to afford a vital service. That pressure won't go away, but I'd make the point. I don't think there's any reason to assume that the cost of this transition is going to affect affordability in a way that fundamentally interferes with people's ability to get an adequate energy service. I think I've covered all those points, and I probably should stop at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Bolt. Yeah, there's nothing further from me, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you.
Just note time.
Yes, well, that's no problem. I was happy to let it run through a little, but we'll have a break now until 4:45. We'll come back for a few questions from the committee. Okay. Thank you.
I still have got energy, as I say, but I got well, there was plenty of people offering. Yeah. So which route should we go? We go on the route to look, it was a fully managed thing. I have to give them great credit. Very like their risk management plan of the Cambridge, beautiful. They had traffic control. Vehicles with flashing lights on. That's what that's what we do. There's quite a bit of it. And Jane says, "Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are again. Oh, well, what's this white bearded man? We should see him clearly." Yeah, that's it. Yeah, good one. Yeah. that's good. Yeah, but once we got out to Dutton Way, that made it more difficult. Oh, yeah, so when we went down the hill, we effectively blocked off half the road. And they had a stopper running out the other end, radio control, and all that kind of thing. Some of them, police come along just for a road. Yeah, I don't know, there were no police there, but the traffic mob had obviously got permission. Yeah. So they were doing it very well. And in fact, some of them were really over as overzealous. But people, yeah, and they're going, over there, you're making this hard for me, you know, they're yelling out. And I'm saying, are they talking to me, Andrew? And he says, I think they're talking to me.
That's a bit rough. Well, are you going to go down the end? You know, the boys in Parliament when they get there? No.
I don't think, although I might,
Yeah.
because, you know, I used to go to those things some years ago. I've been to a couple of those. Standing on the step.
Yeah, it's right.
All good fun.
You're not quite on that. I was much still.
When I was only 17,
Yeah.
they had a big what do they call them? Vietnam monitor or something. Yeah. I had one of those.
Yeah.
And I, a few of us went from our training school into Melbourne.
Yeah.
And there were so many police there with guns.
Yes.
And the guns were disguised, but all had their hands in the they were ready to shoot.
In case it goes off.
Yeah.
Oh.
Because there's some seriously verbally
Yeah, that'd be good. Oh, so I've lowered it down. Hopefully this won't go boom. So I'll put it back. I'll put his one back. Check two. Check two. How's that, Blake? Not ringing up? Oh, I think it's all right, isn't it? All right.
What is that explained in either the transmission plan or in any of the documentation that accompanied the draft REZs?
Well, it's certainly clear from the introduction to the plan that it is about identifying transmission options, but it's also implicit, well, no, it's explicit through the plan that other projects outside those REZs are expected to be developed. I think the premise of that and other plans of its kind, such as the New South Wales roadmap that I was very involved in the development of, were very similar idea, incidentally. The New South Wales roadmap and the associated network investment scheme or plan, sorry, is that it in fact would be very desirable to find projects that could connect without requiring major upgrades outside of REZs, provided, of course, their impacts are acceptable, to take the pressure off the need for REZs to do all of the heavy lifting. But where there was a wide-scale resource in wind and solar terms, or both, that could be brought to market by a transmission upgrade that warranted a very large investment, then that would be the focus of the scheme. So you can see from the narrative, so to speak, in this plan, is that it does expect that other projects will be required, and it will need to expect that, because back to my earlier point about the capacity required to make serious headway towards 95% renewables and ultimately net zero, the amount of capacity that are in the REZs in that plan is obviously a great start, but nowhere near enough. It's simply not a comprehensive plan to reach net zero for the state, and doesn't purport to be. That's not a criticism of the plan, people that developed it, the government that sponsored it. It's simply saying it'll only take you so far.
Is there a higher threshold or higher test for proposals that are outside the REZs? And I'm asking that in the context of some of the text that's in the transmission plan, where it talks about one of the reasons for identifying those areas is to provide community and investor certainty.
Sure. Look, I think the main difference that as I am aware of it is the requirement for a grid impact assessment. It clearly would be perverse if there were projects outside of REZs that constrained the output of REZs getting to market. The Neoen project does the exact opposite. I think it provides more grid access, if anything, to get energy to market. So without wanting to preempt a process that is only a draft one and certainly hasn't been applied to any project so far, I would be, on my knowledge of power system flows and so on, and I do allude to this in my submission, which predated looking at that plan, I can't see how this project would impede the grid access of a REZ to the load centre of Melbourne. And that's particularly where the REZs in this vicinity would be supplying. They'd be essentially there to supply the load centre of Melbourne, because that's where most of Victoria's demand is. And by having the Neoen project in the mix should, in my opinion, should not be an impediment.
And is there any community certainty benefit in favouring projects within the REZs rather than going outside them?
Well, it's certainly, in a very broad scale sense, it provides some focus of some certainty, but it in the end doesn't absolutely do that, in that you still have to find locations to put the projects. And as best I'm aware, but I haven't done this mapping, so I'll have to caveat what I'm about to say, but I think for most of the capacity envisaged to be within those REZs, I'm not sure that they yet have actual projects attached to them that are sufficiently advanced to give the community certainty of what they're dealing with. But I would stand to be corrected on that, because I haven't assessed it in detail. In the end, it does come down to individual projects, and also it comes down to the individual routes of transmission upgrades. Some of those are already being planned in Victoria, and there's a reasonable certainty about where they would go. Others are likely to still be in a more nascent stage of development.
Just in terms of community certainty, I'd have thought one element of that is that communities would have some certainty that they wouldn't be hosting a renewable energy facility rather than they would be hosting one.
Well, I don't think that's the premise of the plan, Member Kirsch. I think that the premise of the plan is to, as I said earlier, to look at areas where a substantial amount of renewable power can be developed and brought to market through transmission upgrades. It's not meant to be exclusive. To again make the point, I think that the task of net zero means that one would have to look outside those currently defined reses to get near that target. This project does so. It does so early, and therefore you would have thought has particular merit, and certainly doesn't, as far as I'm concerned, cut against the grain of a plan that has a particular purpose but is not meant to be the entire net zero transition plan.
Okay. Mr. Chessel, it seems to me that, well, I recall that in either the Part A or the Part B submission, you discussed the REZs. And I think, as Member Kendall said earlier, if you can provide us with an update of that, but also in the context of the discussion and the evidence we just heard from Mr. Bolt, that would be helpful. Yeah, okay. Thanks.
Thank you. And if I could just add to that as well, the relationship with the guidelines document that I think's been informed that transmission plan as well. So just a clear understanding of its purpose and relationship with the matters before us. I just have a few questions for you as well, Mr. Bolt. And following on from Member Kirsch's question about the grid impact assessment, so is it your understanding still that any projects that are supported or that are eligible through the investment scheme would still be automatically eligible for connection? Hopefully I'm articulating that accurately.
So could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
So a project that's been approved through the SIS, the investment scheme, and it's the process required of it in terms of grid impact assessment. Are you able to speak to what that process requires for a project such as this?
Well, look, let me say as much as I think I can tell you with reasonable certainty. I don't think any project would be automatically capable or open for connection by gaining a SIS grant, but because the SIS agreements are given out by a subsidiary of the Australian Energy Market Operator, which is still currently the classified transmission planner for Victoria and the national planner. I would have thought that I'm confident, but I can't point to a document which says this because I don't think there is a public one that does, that they would have considered the connectability of it. So my assumption would be that to a level it's met that test, but the formal act of providing for a connection, unless I've missed something and there might be other advice available to you from around the table, it would still need to go through that process.
Thank you. And I did raise that earlier with the proponent. I'm confident that you've got that on the list to come back to us on as well. In terms of your response to Member Kirsch regarding the grid capacity and a project sitting outside of whatever the res ends up being, clearly a revised res at the moment relative to the one at the time or over the last few years. So the res has been revised and this project area is no longer sitting in the draft res. And you've just said that you can't see how this project would impede the grid access for a project that is sitting within the res. I just would like you to expand on that. I'm not clear how, if this project is contributing electricity to the grid and therefore taking up capacity of the transmission lines, I'm just not fully clear on how that won't potentially impact res projects feeding into the grid.
Look, first of all, grid studies would need to be done to be clear about that, and I should caveat that with saying that until they are done, one can't be absolutely certain. All I would say is that the risk Well, those grids, those projects, as best I know, would be essentially feeding their power to Melbourne. They would be feeding it with an appropriate level of transmission upgrades. The grid in this case, or the Newen project, effectively has if you like, a sink of power in the case, or a demand for power that it matches it in the case of the Alcoa smelter, which is about the same size maximum demand as the grid itself, as the project itself. As long as that is there, then what you would expect to see is, I can only repeat my point without trying to explain it or in a sense, give you too definite an answer of when grid studies haven't been done that I'm aware of about how this project would interact with the reses. From where I sit, it doesn't seem to me to be a first order problem or impact. I would have thought that the conclusion I drew still remains my best guess. But I have to admit to you, it is a guess in the absence of grid studies that, of course, have not been done. Or if they have been done, I haven't seen them. They haven't been made public.
Thank you. No, that's clear. A couple of other questions, just one relating to firming technology and the requirement for that in relation to this particular project. Is there anything that the committee should be aware of?
The need for firming for this project?
Yes.
No, not that I'm aware, Member Kendall. I think that that is generally going to be the product of a combination of developments, not just one alone, by and large. So certainly in the case I mentioned earlier, the Central West Orana Res, which is a far bigger development than this single project, it did bring in the need, well, first of all, it needed a major transmission line, or needs a major transmission line to be connected to the load centres of New South Wales. That doesn't apply to this project. It needs a number of synchronous condensers to maintain system strength and some inertia in the grid. That need in Victoria will and is developing as renewable energy is added, to which this project will contribute. And that is something that will be tackled by some combination of the Australian Energy Market Operator, AusNet, and VicGrid. So there will be implications for firming coming out of the increasing move towards the inverter-based resources. A point I didn't, by the way, explicitly acknowledge in responding to the question on Aidan Morrison's evidence or submission. But that's going to happen really in a sense wherever these developments occur. It's a product of the class of technologies that we are talking about, not this specific project, as best I know. So I'm not aware of any grid studies or any other analysis which would say this project imposes a particular or disproportionate requirement for firming. It's certainly, based upon everything that I have read and my own understanding of these matters, does not require a major transmission upgrade. That's very clear, right? It's just doesn't have that need. But it will, and here I'm at risk of repeating myself, but worth the emphasis, there are various forms of firming technology that the entire renewable transition to which this contribute does demand. I'll just make that point again. Not shying away from that is absolutely necessary. And it does require further investment in that area to make a renewable system reliable and secure. There is still lessons to be learnt and innovations to be undertaken to make that possible. But those, the planning and the thinking about that is going on. It certainly would not be a reason to slow this project down.
Thank you. In response to questions from Mr. Wright, you made comment in looking at the submissions, issues raised in submissions, that you feel for communities in relation to adequacy of benefit sharing. And I wanted to just be clear your view on that in this particular proposal.
And again, from what I've read, from what I've seen, from the innovations that are bound up in this, including the payments to neighbours, which is, I think, not a common concession that's been made by developers. This, to me, has been done in a very engaged and mature way. That's my impression. I think that the wind and solar industries have had a lot of lessons to learn, not to mention the transmission industry in the country have had some lessons to learn about how to engage communities. The most difficulties have generally come about with solar developers and transmission lines, less so with wind farms as a broad statement. Nonetheless, there have been some false steps taken by some wind developers. This project doesn't appear to be in that category to me because it's very carefully selected its site to avoid, as far as possible, undue impacts, as Mr. Chessel was going through earlier, on views, undue impact on the operations of farms because it's located a plantation. From my point of view, it's been done to a high standard.
And what do you say are the elements of the specific considerations to make that judgment call that you think it's adequate? What are the components that you...
The location in the pine plantation, an innovative choice, the payment of compensation, the proposed payment of compensation to those who have to look at it, even if it's not on their land, the treatment of transmission and the consideration of partial undergrounding of what lines are there, though that obviously with recent developments may not be as necessary as was first thought. The level of, as far as I can see, the communication with the community, the opportunity to provide input. Those are all elements of it. There's more to it. I have to admit that I can't immediately call to mind. It's fair to say this. I wasn't asked to vet that strongly, but I did review it, and those would be elements of what I would consider that's evidence to me of a thorough approach to this issue.
Thank you. So a final question relates to just circular economy and resource use, and this is not so much specific to the project, but I am interested to know, we will start to see, and we know that there'll be some decommissioning happening, and submitters have raised issues in relation to the resource implications. And I've certainly heard just evidence, so you don't need to repeat that, but what do you envisage that we'll start to see in terms of circular economy considerations as we're managing end of life for some of the older wind farms?
Yeah, the most commonly commented on aspect of circular economy is what to do with expired turbine blades, because they don't lend themselves in the same way as perhaps the towers do, and perhaps even the turbines themselves, to the kind of recycling that steel and other metals are able to be subjected to, as it were. I haven't studied this well enough to offer you much additional comment on that. But I guess to make the earlier point, though, one of the very important aspects of circularity in this is to move the energy base to a renewable base, so that as we make metals, we make them with less embodied carbon, which of course is and quite apart from the atmospheric aspects of that, involved using a non-renewable resource, fossil fuels. You'd say that the first order impact that ought to be considered is that it will contribute to circularity across the economy in general as one component of shifting to a low carbon but also a non-fossil fuel energy system.
Thank you, Mr. Bolt. And no further questions from the IAC, so I'll hand you back to Mr. Wright.
Thank you, Member Kendall. There's just one matter I would like to take Mr. Bolt to, and it relates to the draft VTP.
Yes.
Mr. Bolt, you might have to turn and look at the screen. Apologies. This is the, whichever one.
Yeah.
This is the draft 2025 Victorian Transition Plan that's available from the Engage Victoria website for the IAC's benefit. It's dated to May 2025. You were asked a question in relation to this concept of automatic connections for CIS projects. And I'd just like to draw your attention to one specific reference in this plan, which can be found on PDF page 98, and I'll zoom in for you.
I could select it here.
And you can see that there's a text box which is titled "What to Expect for Capacity Investment Scheme Participants."
Got that?
I'm just going to read these to you and ask for any comments that you might have in response. You can see the highlighted sections on screen. What it says on the left-hand side is, can you read that, Member Kendall?
No, that's fine. I'm not. Yeah, thank you.
It says, in preparing the draft VTP, we have planned for transmission infrastructure that will support the targeted amount of Victorian CIS investment to be delivered by 2030, including 5 gigawatts or 11 terawatt hours of new generation capacity. And then the next column, it then says successful applicants to CIS tenders will need to apply for an access authorisation. However, it is anticipated that those who are successful in the May 2024 CIS tender will automatically be granted an authorisation. That, of course, includes this project. Mr. Bolt, any comments you might have about that?
So I think my earlier point was I expected that the vetting that was done as part of the SIS tender would conclude that they were susceptible to authorisation without unnecessary complication. I didn't use those exact words, but I think that's what I tried to say. This would validate that.
Mr. Bolt, there's nothing further from us. Member Kendall, that's all for Mr. Bolt's evidence, if he might be excused.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Kendall, what I propose to do for the remainder of the day, that 20 odd minutes that we have left, is complete our submissions on the second broad topic that I introduced this morning, that is the submissions that concern the benefits of the project. And sometimes in projects of this type, the relevant balancing exercise is cast as a comparison between broad dispersed benefits as opposed to localised disbenefits. And it's true that the benefits that are derived from this project are in some senses broad. That is, in the sense that by contributing to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, the benefits of this project can be measured at a global, national and state level. That's true. Those benefits are, of course, important, and it's why we have the various legislative instruments that we have. It's why the Planning and Environment Act was amended recently to require consideration of the relevant targets. What I wanted to do, though, in concluding this part of our case is emphasise that the benefits that will be derived from this project are not limited to those generalised benefits and are in fact complemented by a number of localised or regional benefits. And we address these matters in the Part B submission from PDF page 52 onwards. And if you have access to that, I'd like to just walk you through the balance of the submission. You'll see at page 52 a heading Project Benefits, and that the first group of benefits are described under the heading Climate Change Mitigation. And really the first paragraph describes the very substantial benefits that will be delivered by a coordinated response to climate change and the important but limited role that this project will play in respect of greenhouse gas emissions and achieving relevant emissions. They're the broad benefits I described a moment ago. It's also the case, though, that given the particular location of this proposal near the coast, the benefits of reducing the effects of climate change are felt particularly acutely at and around the subject site. That is, the consequences of reducing climate change and their immediate effects are consequences that benefit a coastal environment in particular, for the reasons I addressed earlier. That is, the particular impacts of sea level rise, extreme weather events, storm surges and drought are particularly acute as they concern a coastal environment like the one that we're dealing with. And the point that we make at paragraph 131 is that those benefits are material or important in the context of the various animal species and ecological communities that are relevant and that we'll be considering in the second week of the hearing in particular. And that includes the southern bent-winged bat, the Australasian bittern, the brolga, and the Ramsar wetland, as well as native vegetation. At paragraph 132, we've identified those aspects of the relevant documentation concerning the different environmental attributes that I mentioned a moment ago that recognise or pick up on this fact. So at subparagraph A, we see the national framework and guideline that applies to the Ramsar Convention. And what one sees recognised within that guidance is that the risks to the ecological character of Ramsar wetlands are, amongst a range of things, influenced by changes to the water regime, such as magnitude, timing and frequency of flooding from increased water extractions or diversions upstream of the site, drought or climate change. And a recognition that over time, climate change may result in a range of impacts that will negatively affect the value of the Ramsar resources. The same observation can be made in respect of the Australasian bittern. The National Recovery Plan for that species identifies that climate change and drying is one of the principal threats to the bittern, as well as drying climate, given that drying climate reduces peak water levels and wetting in wetlands. And of course, the same type of observation can be made for other wetland bird species like the brolga and so forth. The National Recovery Plan for the southern bent-winged bat also identifies climate change as being of consequence, and more particularly extremes and variability in climatic conditions, including a reduction in rainfall and the greater likelihoods of drought, as having the potential to increasingly impact on the survival and breeding success of the southern bent-winged bat. Over the page at subparagraph E, we make the observation as it concerns native vegetation and the impact of a warming climate on and drought on the retention of native vegetation assets. And we make that observation because, of course, it's the case that this project has the capacity to give rise to direct impacts on at least some of those species, and we'll come to consider how it is that the particular design and mitigation measures formulated for this project respond appropriately to those particular risks. That's really the focus of the second week of this hearing. But it's equally the case in our submission that to the extent that this project, along with others, will contribute to the state and national response to climate change, that this project and those other projects will themselves give rise to important benefits for those very same ecological communities that are at issue, and those benefits need properly be taken into account in our submission in an assessment of impacts. The next heading in our submission concerns locational benefits, and for the main, we've addressed those. We've pointed to the particular attributes of the site that make it appropriately suited to perform as a wind energy facility, the strong and reliable wind resource, the modified landscape as a consequence of the plantation setting, the isolated location relative to sensitive receivers, the proximity of the site to the existing transmission network, and the proximity of the site to the state's largest electricity consumer, all being factors that, as we've explained and that Mr. Bolt has touched upon, point to this project as being one that is particularly well suited to giving effect to the partial transition that's called for in the short to medium term. At 135, we said that those attributes distinguish this project from other applications, that is, resulting in it possessing a competitive advantage relative to those other projects. And we note that those benefits extend beyond those relating to emissions-free electricity generation and include benefits associated with the enhancement in the capacity and security of the electricity grid and the market more generally, I should say, and the potential for synergies to be realised with regionally significant industrial operations. All these factors combined explain why it is this project is particularly well suited to short-term implementation, and in turn, as we'll come to address, Member Kirsch, why it is that the criteria relevant to the CIS why this project performed positively relative to those criteria. Now, the next heading over the page concerns community benefits. And the first one that we address at paragraph 137 are the direct and indirect economic benefits that will be derived to the local community. And it's necessarily the case that we need to make decisions about what areas of expertise we call before a hearing of this type. And it's not often the case that economic evidence is called in support of applications of this type. And in my experience, that sometimes has the effect of the economic benefits of a project being sidelined to some degree, but they shouldn't be. They are important environmental effects in the sense of a triple bottom line analysis, economic, social and environmental impacts. They are important beneficial impacts that need properly be taken into account in an assessment of the net benefit of this project in a public sense. And the benefits are material. What we've set out at paragraph 137 is the outcome of the analysis that's recorded within the economic impact assessment. That's Appendix S to the EES. And what that analysis demonstrates is that during construction, the project will generate up to $164.8 million for the Glenelg local government area, $270 million for the Great South Coast region, and $659 million for the state more generally. And during operation, $49.9 million for the LGA, $56.1 million for the region, and $62.3 million for the state. And if you cast your mind back, members of the committee, to the material that we opened with, that is the contextual material and the Great South Coast Plan, regional plan and the like, you'll recall that one of the fundamental aspects of that plan is a call for a diversification in the economy, a call for the development of renewable energy as a growing sector, and a call for different industries to promote jobs within the region and to enhance the skill base of local workers. And what the analysis in Appendix S demonstrates is a very positive and direct response to those ambitions within the region and the locality. And of course, it is the case that very substantial investment of this scale within a region like this will give rise to economic benefits through trickle-down spending, if you like, enhanced skills for the local workforce, employment opportunities for the local workforce, and very material benefits that need properly be taken into account. And indeed, it's why when one reviews the submissions, one sees a number of positive submissions in favour of the project, not just for its capacity to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from the electricity sector, but also because of the benefits that are very clear in the context of this region. And again, we point to the acceptance in the CIS as giving further meat to that bone and the contractual commitments to seek to pursue a certain proportion of the local workforce to be, a certain proportion of the workforce to be sourced locally. Now, at paragraph 139, we've cited the various submissions that identified these positive aspects of the proposals. The proposal that included submissions from individuals, business owners, and community and industry groups, and we've identified the relevant submission numbers for the benefit of the committee. There are also a series of plans that seek to promote community participation and engagement. There's a mitigation measure proposed that requires an Aboriginal participation plan that seeks to increase local employment and procurement opportunities for the Aboriginal community. And then at 141, we've described what is a comprehensive program for neighbour and community benefits. And that program is really comprised of two main parts. There's a neighbour benefit plan, which allows neighbours within 3.5 kilometres of turbines to sign up to any stage to sign up at any stage over the life of the project and receive payments that reflect their proximity to turbines. And a community benefit fund that will provide a minimum of 150,000 in annual grants over the life of the project. This equates to an amount of $4.5 million over the life of the project. Again, contributions that are sizable and that result in very direct benefits to the community, benefits that need properly be taken into account in an overall assessment. The other aspect of, I should say also that those aspects of the project are aspects that are properly considered industry best practice. The final heading we've got in our submission concerns ecology benefits. And this is the section that addresses the fund that will be established by the proponent of an amount of $1 million annually as an ecology recovery fund. And what's important to understand about this fund is that it's advanced in addition to the various offset and mitigation measures that are proposed in the EMF to address the potential species impacts from the project. The relevant mitigation measure is BD 15, and it provides for the fund to have a focus on the southern bentwing bat, but it's also intended that the fund be flexible and that be available to assist in recovery actions for other species. And sometimes I think these types of funds or these types of benefits from a project are difficult to articulate or are difficult to measure. And what we've done in paragraph 143 is seek to describe with some perspective what a fund of $30 million over the life of a project really means in the context of ecological recovery. And to do so, we've made reference to the National Recovery Plan for the Southern Bentwing Bat. And that's a plan that provides a list of the estimated costs and priority of recovery actions for that species. And over the 5-year period for recovery actions assumed in that plan, that is in its entirety, the total cost of all of the actions is estimated to be at just under $4.5 million, an annual average cost of $900,000. And so when one considers that that is the cost of all of the actions under the National Recovery Plan for that particular species, one can readily appreciate to what extent a commitment, a financial commitment of the size that has been articulated here, has the capacity to deliver real and meaningful benefits for species recovery, be it in respect of further research, be it in respect of dedicated recovery actions for particular threatened species. It is a particularly valuable or particularly important component of this project that will, in our submission, have the benefit to deliver real benefit for those species that are most directly affected by this project. Now, I suppose, Madam Chair, I'm conscious of the time. We're at now 4:30, and if I could just have a couple of minutes, I'd like to just explain how we propose to move forward. I'm happy to leave the balance of the submission as read. Obviously, what we're proposing to do for the next part of our case is really turn to the topic-specific assessment of the various issues that arise for consideration. We're starting on Wednesday with the first of what are a number of topics in respect of ecology, surface water and groundwater, with a particular emphasis on the potential impact on the Ramsar wetlands, which is the focus of a number of the submissions and a relevant matter to be considered. We'll then move on to an assessment of the impact of the project on native vegetation, starting with Mr. Galbraith, who's giving evidence about what the likely effect of the transmission infrastructure beneath Boiler Swamp Road will be relative to the deemed losses that up to this date have informed the assessment. And really what we'll be hoping to show is that the approach in the EES is a particularly conservative one and is likely to materially overstate the extent of native vegetation removal that will be required. We'll then move in the second week through a series of ecology topics. And I'm mindful, Madam Chair, I need to come back and explain to you how we propose to structure the evidence. In broad terms, we'll be asking Mr. Organ to address the committee in respect of his independent peer review, and we'll be making the project authors available. We'll be essentially asking them to adopt their statements, but making them available for any questions should there be questions about how it is that the documented assessment was undertaken. But we're very keen to ensure there's no duplication of evidence. So I'll come back and address it in more detail at an appropriate time. And in each case, we'll be addressing the committee with topic-specific submissions that seek to set the context to the relevant issues and explain how they're relevant to the different statutory processes and the matters that the committee must consider. The reason, though, that we wish to address the benefits up front and the matters that we have up front is that each of these more particular issues need properly be assessed, having regard to the broader context of the project and the particular benefits that it can deliver, including how it is that this project responds positively to the various legislative regimes that we've taken you to. Our submissions are not to the effect that the benefits of the project are such that the committee must necessarily recommend that the project be approved. Instead, the emphasis that we've placed on them at the outset is to demonstrate that the benefits are real and substantial, and that those matters need be taken into account when the committee comes to consider whether the localised disbenefits, the localised impacts of this project have been satisfactorily avoided, mitigated or minimised according to the relevant hierarchy, or for other topics addressed using appropriate mitigation measures. And really demonstrating that that is the case, that is that the localised impacts of the project can be appropriately managed within the framework that's been adopted, will be the focus of our submissions for much of the coming days in the hearing. Now, Madam Chair, in terms of other matters, we obviously have the site inspection tomorrow. We're commencing at 9 a.m. We have printed materials that we think will be of some assistance in the inspection. It's a site inspection map book. We have various copies. We can bring them at 9 o'clock or we can hand them out now or both, whatever you'd like.
Thank you.
Second there.
We'll put them on the end of the table.
Yes, okay. So we'll make sure we pick up what's ever left and bring it tomorrow morning. But if anyone wants an advanced copy, they're welcome to take them. The only other matter I was going to raise is, and again, I'm entirely in your hands, Madam Chair, whether you'd like us to address it now or when we resume on Wednesday, but there were some specific requests that have been made for information. Mr. Turner had made submissions in respect of the KML files and submissions in respect of appendices to, I'll just get the name right, the Downer report. Now, we'll need a little bit of time to respond to those requests. We can do it now or we can do it on Wednesday morning.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with us doing it Wednesday mornings. I had those on my list as well, but yeah, wasn't sure whether you would have had adequate time to consider them. So Wednesday is fine. I'll make sure they're on our list for preliminaries, as will you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
The only other thing that we might usefully do this afternoon then is we've got 3 witnesses on Wednesday, the surface water, groundwater, which will be called as essentially together, but in sequence. And then Mr. Galbraith is the 3rd witness. I suppose if there was an indication that there were going to be a lot of questions for the surface water and groundwater experts such that we might not get to Mr. Galbraith, it would be worth trying to get a feel for that now, because it would save Mr. Galbraith a trip down to Portland and back. We're keen to avoid that if possible.
So we won't know until tomorrow if parties will have questions. Yeah. From the IAC's perspective, I don't really see any concerns with getting through the experts. However, if there is an issue with finishing questions, it may be we could go online when we next convene.
Yes.
But from the IAC's perspective, I imagine we can get through. Yeah,
Okay.
so I don't know. I could ask for a quick show of hands now. If anybody's in the virtual room and knows that you'll be wanting to ask questions on Wednesday, you could just pop your hand up so we've got an idea, noting that people don't formally need to advise us until lunchtime tomorrow. I can't see anyone. Just wait from, oh yes, and we do have at the back, thank you. Yes, I can take it now rather than you emailing in if. Yes. Oh, okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner, do you have an idea of the number of questions that you're likely to have? Yeah, I'm not going to keep you to it, but yes, okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I haven't seen any hands go up, so we'll see what comes in tomorrow, but you'll have an idea of that. We'll circulate as well, give you an idea at the end of the day tomorrow what it looks like for the following day.
Thank you very much. We'll be circulating topic-specific submissions and evidence presentations by noon tomorrow as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Lovely. So that in terms of end of the day business, that was the list that you have. Is that right? Because I've just got a couple of things to run through as well.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, okay. Firstly, actually, I'll come to Mr. Tobin just to see if you have an update on those outstanding documents. I know I've seen one come through.
The one which had the link that wasn't working, that's been corrected and uploaded to the document sharing platform. I've been checking throughout the day in respect of the other document that's been uploaded, the preprint of the study. That hasn't been uploaded as of a few minutes ago to that third-party website. So I'll take some instructions about other alternative measures and hopefully have an update in writing overnight.
Thank you. That would be great. We'll come back to the balance of the matter regarding the timeframe and further directions, but noting we discussed that this morning and the IAC has no issue in principle with proceeding with the date suggested by the proponent for further response, but for the benefit of other parties, we'll come back to that on Wednesday morning. I note as well in this morning we did mention further requests for information from Ms. Lenihan and Mr. Cumming that people will now have access to through the tabled documents, but again, we'll come to that on Wednesday morning. So that was the two requests from Ms. Lenihan as well as the one from Mr. Cumming. I just wanted to note as well that in relation to the report provided by DECA, the additional information over the weekend, and apologies, I don't know off the top of my head exactly. No, it's a summary report, the one that's just come through. Ms. Lenihan did have a question about clarification of some content in that, which I'll leave with you, Mr. Tobin, to look at. Come back to me on Wednesday as well. A request for the names of some of the wind farms that are identified by number rather than name. I'll just note generally with information requests, it's no issues for parties, of course, to ask the IAC to issue directions in relation to that information if it's of benefit to the IAC. But I am confident both the proponent and DECA would be happy to accept direct requests for information as well. And if that works for both you and the parties, please, I encourage parties to do that and to loop the IAC in as needed if it's information that we will also benefit from.
Ask, is that a particular document number I should be referring to, or is that a document yet to be tabled, that other request?
It may not have landed yet. We'll see it in the inbox shortly, or in the.
It might be there.
Yes, it might be there already. Yeah. Yes, thank you. I think Ms. Broderick's just circulated them not long ago, not yet, so we'll be with you soon. In terms of the site inspection for tomorrow morning, just to cover off on that, Mr. Chesley, you've run through some of the details, but it's a 9 a.m. start with people wanting people to be there 15 minutes beforehand, 55 Lee Breakwater Road as our pickup point, returning to Portland around 4:30, depending on how we go. I'll confirm that all the people who requested to participate are being accommodated on the accompanied site inspection. I know that we're picking up one party in Nelson at 9:50. So thank you very much for providing the flexibility for that. We understand some people have constraints. And I'll note that Mr. Bachman from the Nature Glenelg Trust has advised he won't be attending, but Jonathan Tuck and Dr. Lachlan Farrington will be representing the Nature Glenelg Trust at tomorrow's site visit. Parties will have seen the itinerary, but please wear appropriate footwear, long pants, long sleeve shirt, and I understand we need to bring a water bottle.
And a raincoat.
And a raincoat. Thank you. And just a reminder that the purpose of the site inspection is for the IAC to understand the site and its context, that parties are welcome to point out what we can see, but we ask you to please refrain from making submissions or raising issues of merit. So we just certainly would like to get your assistance in understanding what we're looking at. We've run through the experts, so I won't need to cover off on that. I don't think. I'll just ask if there's any other business that we need to cover this afternoon.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tobin.
I was just going to add that in relation to the site inspection, I'm instructed that the Parks Victoria officers have a good understanding of the operation of the campsites that we'll be attending. So if there were questions, you can either put them to the officers there, or alternatively, we can follow it up later after the event.
Excellent. Thank you. And are there any other questions from in the room or online at this stage of our process, either relating to the site inspection or anything else? No. So at this stage, we will reconvene after the site inspection in this room at 10 a.m. on Wednesday, and I look forward to seeing everyone there. And I'll see those who are joining us tomorrow on the site inspection. Thank you. Thank you very much.